Good morning, dobro jutro. Good afternoon for those who are following us in other parts of the world. We are happy and pleased to welcome our guests and speakers to today's conference, which is entitled Towards a Resilient Society, Croatia and Japan Cooperation. And is a result of our successful and fruitful cooperation with the Embassy of Japan in Zagreb. This is our second event, but we will hear more about it from our first two speakers, our two keynote speakers. Sanja Tishma, who is director of the Institute for Development and International Relations, and Her Excellency Misako Kaji, Ambassador of Japan to the Republic of Croatia. I will first ask our director, Sanja Tishma, to say a few opening words.
Thank you, Sanada. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, dear guests and participants here in Hotel Dubrovnik and online. It is my great pleasure to welcome you in the name of the Institute for Development and International Relations. I'm happy to say that for many years, our institute has been engaged in research related to international economic and political relations. IRMO is proud to point out its long-standing academic cooperation with professors, researchers, and students from Japanese universities. From 2002 to 2012, annual roundtable discussions were held here in Zagreb. Today, we will hold academic and policy discussions dealing with cooperation between Japan and Croatia about resilient societies, which is a very significant challenge in today's world. The topics that will be discussed at the conference are dedicated to disaster risks and the role of business, especially green and digital transformation, in increasing resilience. Thank you all very much for coming, for joining us today, and I wish you interesting and successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tishma. Please, Your Excellency, the floor or the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Sanada. Dobro jutro svima. Dr. Tishma, Director of IRMO, Your Excellency, we have the presence of Swedish ambassador and colleagues from the other side of the internet, distinguished panelists, participants present and online. It gives me great pleasure to address you all at this conference towards a resilient society, Croatia and Japan cooperation. This leading think tank of Croatia, IRMO, held in November 2019 here in this hall, a conference entitled Japan-EU Cooperation, New Opportunities for Croatia-EU Presidency. In spite of the pandemic, totally unexpected then, Croatia successfully fulfilled its role as EU presidency in the first half of 2020, followed by the Next Generation Fund adopted by the EU to overcome the economic and social effects of the pandemic. Croatia is now at the doorstep of green and digital transformation, making use of this EU mechanism. This should come in tandem with the recovery and reconstruction process after the two large-scale earthquakes in March and December 2020. Japan is a country forced by natural disasters. Our experiences and experts have been shared with Croatia in the past year to support her undertakings to build back better and reduce disaster risk. Late February and early March 2021, my embassy, together with the Croatian Ministry of Construction, held an online seminar. In October 2021, earthquake detecting devices were placed by a Japanese company in the cathedral, Prema church, and hospitals. It is obvious to many eyes, however, that more needs to be done for reconstruction. Moreover, today, facing the common challenges from global warming to infectious diseases, The whole of the international community is increasingly in pursuit of resilient societies. Dr. Hayashi, to be online from Japan at panel 1, is heading the National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Resilience, one among many but prominent institutes established in Japan to undertake all sorts of devices aiming to reduce disaster risks. Dr. Ishii, to be online from Japan at panel 3, has led for nearly a decade the Global Environment Facility, a major international organization to fund projects by states developing and in transition for sustainable development. President Chia of Toyota Adria is with us today here to participate in panel 2. Will share with us how Toyota collaborated and will collaborate with Croatia to enhance resilience through green and digital technologies. Exactly 30 years ago, Japan, together with many states, recognized the Republic of Croatia. In March 5th, 1993, the following year, Japan and Croatia established the diplomatic relations. Since then, our cooperation has steadily been enhanced. The two nations reached out to help each other, especially in times of hardship. Japan provided support for the post-war reconstruction and the revitalization of local communities, whereas Croatia provided assistance in the event of the Japanese earthquake and tsunami in 2011, and ever since then, a mass is held every March at the Zagreb Cathedral for victims of the earthquake. Last year, at the 10th anniversary, Father Kuftic of the cathedral received Japanese Foreign Minister's commendation in recognition of his decade contribution. The prayers were also said at the occasion for the victims of the Zagreb earthquake in 2020 at the sad occasion of its one-year anniversary. My particular appreciation goes to Director Tishma and members of IRMO for their usual inspiration and dedication in organizing this conference. I was just talking to a colleague who worked in Croatia at the early days, 1998, and he was already talking about the collaboration with IRMO. So I think we have a long history. I sincerely hope that today's discussion would serve to support both countries and the international community in meeting the current challenges, bringing new ideas and opportunities for concrete cooperation to transform themselves towards enhanced resilience. I also hope that it should further strengthen the ties between Japan and this beautiful country. Hvala lijepa.
Hvala lijepa, and thank you very much. Indeed, we met before the pandemic and before the disasters that we are now today discussing, unfortunately in very uncomfortable circumstances with also man-made disasters, not only nature-made disasters, but we will have more time today to discuss these topics with our excellent speakers. I will now kindly ask our online audience to stay tuned. We will be back in 15 minutes when our first panel starts. Thank you. Dear friends and colleagues, distinguished guests, our online audience, and participants, we are now officially starting with our first panel, in which we have had one small change. Our speaker, Mrs. Branka Bakšić-Mitić, will not be able to join. I will say a few words later also on her and why she would have been an excellent contributor to this panel, and that we hope that on some other occasion in the future, we will have her as a speaker. But I start now with inviting our first speaker on a panel which is called Towards a Resilient Society, How to Reduce Disaster Risk and Build Back Better. Our first speaker is Dr. Haruo Hayashi, who, as Mrs. Ambassador said earlier, is the president of the National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Resilience. He is also a professor of disaster prevention at the Kyoto University, where he has taught since 1994. The general focus of Dr. Hayashi's work is on societal and human reactions to disasters, risk communication and education, information system for disaster management, standardization of emergency operations, and multi-hazard risk assessment. Dr. Hayashi, good afternoon to you, and please, we are eager to hear your presentation.
Okay, may I start?
Please do.
Okay, so let me share some slides which I prepared. Can you see my slide?
We can.
Okay, so let me start. Thank you very much, Chairperson, Chair Lady. My name is Haruo Hayashi. As she introduced me, I'm currently the president of National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Resilience, NIED for short. And let me start by introducing our institution. This institution have been administered by Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology of Japanese government. NIED was established in 1963 as one of the lessons we experienced in 1959, a huge typhoon disaster. So we focus on all kinds of natural disasters and all phases of disaster management. For the last 4 years, we've been promoting as an institution the science for resilience. For more detailed introduction, I would appreciate if you watch our introduction YouTube program. And then NIED think that improving disaster resilience is very, very crucial for the future of disaster risk reduction. And then we see this kind of 3-tier models for disaster resilience improvement. And then the top tier and bottom tier, we are looking at the real world system. On the top, we are aiming at serving for experts of disaster prediction, disaster prevention, and another community of emergency response, and also another community of disaster recovery. If you look at the bottom part, we also pay attention to improve the resilience of general public, so that we would emphasize the importance of educational activities for disaster risk reduction at all ages, all stages of life development. And these four concrete physical groups of audience will be connected in the middle, by the middle tier we call, create in a cyberspace. In that space, we exercise all hazard and all phases approach to understand what is the disaster risk reduction. What kind of measures can we implement to realize that the improvement of disaster resilience? And in order to do so, we provide the various kinds of information products. And this is how we create the information products. In our institution, we have 175 researchers focusing on various aspects of disaster risk reduction. So we've been implementing interdisciplinary research as much as possible based on the various kinds of observation and monitoring. As a result, that these researchers will come up with information products. But this is not the end of a process. This is the beginning of another process, which is transdisciplinary research. We would try to make use of these information products to trigger the action of the people at risk. In order to do so, that the information product has to be delivered in an appropriate way. And these 5 boxes represent the whole process of information products dissemination. But we believe the most important part is the feedback loop from a left to right, so that the people at risk will feedback how it should be delivered. And those delivery sectors will ask what kind of information products to be produced. And then information products will ask a proper modeling technique to create the products. And then the modeling requires certain level of observation, accurate and real time. And by having these two-way flows, we believe we could improve resilience in our society. And then now let me talk about what I mean by resilience. And this is a kind of diagram to represent how disaster resilience looks like. And in this figure, you could see the before disaster situation and during the disaster and after the disaster for certain entity. Entity could be an individual or community or the nation itself. At the regular time, these entities functioned 100% well. When disaster strikes with some damages, they lose their function. And then it's triggered the recovery effort. With certain time, it may regain full functionality. But during this process, you could see that the blue triangle. This is, if this area is small, we believe we have high resilience. In other words, disaster resilience is equal to reducing the area of blue triangles by mitigating damage and losses as much as possible through improved robustness or redundancy of the system. Or you could reduce the area by preparing for a quick recovery. In order to do so, you need lots of resources and very rapid work for recovery. But in essence, in order to improve the disaster resilience, we need to integrate these two strategies. To do so, we also need to prioritize what to do. For the mitigation side, you have to classify the things you wanted to prevent the damage. Some of them will be very, very crucial, so that you have to have a 100% prevention level. And then if you have some extra resources, you wanted to upgrade some other element, but you also have to realize you cannot prevent all the damages. In order, with this understanding, now you focus on the recovery side. And for the recovery, you have to prioritize very important facilities, like recovery of schools, or recovery of hospitals, or recovery of local government functions. And those recovery should be prioritized and go faster than the rest of the social elements. And in order to have this kind of a clear, prioritized picture of how we respond or how we prepare for the disaster will be the indication of a high disaster resilience. And then next point is how we can make Croatia more disaster resilient. Please look at these three balls or circles in the diagram. These are the three elements we needed to focus in order to improve the disaster resilience. The first element is risk assessment, or we could say a prediction function. Second is a prevention or mitigation function. The last one is the preparedness function. These three functions will be compensating with each other, very heavily interrelated, so that we have to have this big picture to improve the disaster resilience. And let me explain how it works. Let's look at to your left. And I listed various kinds of hazards. Some of them may be a natural hazard. Some of them may be more human-caused hazard. And then our society have been facing various kinds of hazards. Some of them listed here. And then our society have some population distribution patterns, and then structural vulnerabilities. And given all these elements, in other words, we are facing various kinds of risks. So that if we could handle these all kinds of risks completely, it won't be any problem. But unfortunately, we don't have such enough resources to fight with various kinds of resources. So that we have to select some of the risks over the other to get the maximum output. That's a function of risk assessment. And then if the results of risk assessment said that's a very severe risk. You will move up to do something to prevent or to mitigate the potential damage by structural measures or non-structural measures. If you think the risk is not that big enough, you just let it go and do nothing for a while. But even though you estimated the risk low, it happens sometimes. Like Croatia in 2 years ago, 2 earthquakes hit simultaneously, one after another. So it's a very, very rare event for the Croatia, but it did happen. So you have to respond to that. In order to respond, you need the preparedness for response and recovery, relief and recovery efforts. And another path, if you do something for improving prevention or mitigation, if the hazard is too severe than your mitigation or prevention level, you do have damages. So if you have the damage, even you tried preventing or mitigating it, you have to respond. Which means that the last result of improving disaster resilience is a preparedness for response, relief, and recovery activities. And luckily enough, the preparedness is generic in nature, so that if you prepare for one hazard, the preparedness may provide similar preparedness for the disasters caused by other hazards. Let me look at these 3 circles in more Croatian context. First, it's a risk assessment. So Croatia is located near interplate boundary, which means that the Croatia will experience many earthquakes every once in a while. So most of them are very small, even unnoticeable. But in some cases, you may have a damaging earthquake, such as the 2 earthquakes in 2020. And this is earthquake epicenters between 1979 and 2021. If you look at this map of the epicenters, you could notice there are 2 lines in Croatia, so that in the future, it could be near or far. Croatia will have the earthquake most likely along with 2 lines. So it is important to be prepared for the future earthquakes. So that's a severe risk. And then you will go to prevention and mitigation. And what kind of things should be prevented or mitigated? And there is 3 goals for disaster risk reduction. The first one is human lives. This must be protected. That's a very high first priority. And then the second one, you probably will go to the reducing of physical damage. But this is a very, very long-term effort. So I would say the second priority was improve your operational continuity, how all kinds of societal sectors or stakeholders function even after disaster strikes. And then, as for the physical damage reduction, this is a very, very long-term commitment. it will be very, very hard to accomplish. But it is very important to have a commitment to do so. And for Japan, it took almost 50 years to accomplish a certain level of damage reduction. And then the last one is preparedness and for response, relief, and recovery. And in order to have effective disaster response and recovery scheme or system, first thing you should do is get the big picture of what is going on, and then size up what kind of things we should do. And then, based on that estimation, allocates necessary resources appropriately. At the same time, it is important to empower the impacted people as much as possible. In the response and recovery process, it is definitely needs lots of hands, so that it is important to improve all stakeholders. Even though very heavy work for disaster response and recovery, but it takes a long time before the things get settled. So please do not hurry. Take your time. That's very important. And then as a big picture, from the onset of a disaster to the completion of recovery, you have to have these five kinds of activities in a very coordinated way. The first one is you need the big picture. In other words, common operational picture is important. There are three kinds of operations: emergency response within the first 100 hours, emergency relief within the first 1,000 hours. And now I think that the Croatia is in a recovery phase. It may take years, up to 10 years. And during all these time span, you need to have a good planning and logistics services for effective disaster response and recovery. This is the lessons to share with the Croatian people about the recovery. In order to have a good recovery, you understand there is a 3 tiers structure for recovery. At the bottom, you need to restore the social infrastructure. That's the basis for all the recovery effort. On top of that, to your left, economic recovery is very important. So you have to support large businesses to earn lots of euros, and that also protects small others from bankruptcy. And to your right, physical recovery of housing restoration and land planning for a safer city will be important. And on top of a second tier, your last or ultimate goal should be life recovery or life restoration of the impacted people. These 3 tiers, you have to start right after the event. 3 tiers has to be worked simultaneously. It will be completed from the bottom to the top, but it is important. Life recovery started right after the event. Economic recovery started right after the event, in addition to various kinds of physical recovery. This is my hope and wish And I believe this is things we can do. The Croatia and Japan can and should collaborate together in fight for disaster risk reduction. To start with, let's look at the resilient recovery of Croatia from the two earthquake events in 2020. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hayashi. This has been really comprehensive and then also very much to the point. I have to say that I was really taken by your resilience loop matrix that you shared, and actually the complexity of the task when we discuss disaster resilience. And then also the advice on the prioritization or in decision making when important decisions have to be made in time constraints and under severe conditions. And my last comment on your presentation is also the sixth advice that you gave on take your time, because here we are very impatient and we want to see results and accomplishments very quickly. And this is, I think, has to be digested in a sense that perhaps it is more important to do things right rather than do them fast.
Yes, that's very true.
Yes, I hope you will stay with us for our two other speakers. And okay. If you have questions in chat or comments, you will be able to see them, but I will also read them to our audience. And this is my invitation to our online audience to make comments and ask questions in using the chat function, please. One technical instruction now that we are proceeding with our two next speakers is that you can use the interpretation option to listen to English interpretation, because our two next presentations will be in Croatian. And questions can be asked both in Croatian and English. And also I see that in chat we have had a question regarding the presentations, or your presentation now and the presentations that will follow on WOM's own website, the company that has sent you the invitation for today's conference, but also on IRMO's website. As of tomorrow, we will have the recording of the whole conference, including the presentations by our speakers. I now kindly ask Dr. Robert Mikac to be our next speaker. Dr. Mikac is a professor at the Faculty of Political Science in Zagreb, and he has rich practical and theoretical experience in the field of security and various security-related aspects. He was in the Croatian Armed Forces, he was in NATO mission in Afghanistan, he was the head of the security of the state emergency call center, and he spent years as a commander of the civil protection of the Republic of Croatia. In this capacity, he and his team were in charge of developing the risk reduction or disaster risk reduction strategy of the Republic of Croatia, which he presented at the UN Global Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction in Sendai. Dr. Mikac,
thank you very much. As we have opportunity to speak on Croatian language, I will use that. Thank you very much for that opportunity. Can you start my presentation, please? Yeah, first slide. Yeah, thank you very much. Na početku imam vrlo kratki disclaimer i moja prezentacija, kako sam je nazvao, DRR od Japana do Hrvatske iz nekoliko razloga. Zato jer mnoge stvari koje radimo u Hrvatskoj su vezane za Japan, od Sendaja pa primjera ovoga koje Japan ima, a to smo čuli upravo na prethodnoj prezentaciji, sve do toga da na ovoj konferenciji jasno imamo predstavnike, stručnjake iz Japana i Hrvatske. Zahvaljujem se IRMU i zahvaljujem se veleposlanstvu Japana u Hrvatskoj na pozivnici da budem danas sa vama. Evo sad više nema prezentacije. Evo, vrlo kratki disclaimer, znači sve izraze koristim neutralno, svi izrazi su samo moji, nitko ne može znati sve, što je logično i na kraju jasno otvoren sam za pitanja. Sljedeći slajd bi trebao biti agenda. Evo je. Znači, kako to klasično ide, znate, na fakultetu uvod pa zaključak, sve traje 45 minuta, ali danas neće, sve će trajati 10 minuta zbog našeg vremena i svakom od ovih naslova sam posvetio po jedan slajd. A cilj mi je prikazati gdje smo mi trenutno u Hrvatskoj po pitanju smanjenja rizika od katastrofa. Što se tiče uvoda, sa uvodom želim fremiti svoje izlaganje i želim istaknuti znači što je to Disaster Risk Reduction in Croatia i gdje smo mi trenutno. I sve bazirano na nekoliko pilara. Prvi pilar je vezano za sve ono što se radi na razini Ujedinjenih naroda, od aktivnosti do policy razine. Sljedeća, nama obvezujuća je razina što rade na razini Europske unije. Treće, Hrvatska je vrlo aktivna i u regionalnom kontekstu, znači u kontekstu jugoistočne Europe i jasno, kao i svaka zemlja, Hrvatska isto ima vlastitu tradiciju kada se tiče smanjenja rizika od katastrofa. Što se tiče UN-a i UN aktivnosti i policy, istaknut ću Sendai okvir za smanjenje rizika od katastrofa. Znači, Hrvatska svoj okvir i sve što čini radi u liniji znači onoga što je dogovoreno na globalnoj razini u Sendaju u Japanu. Što se tiče europskih politika i aktivnosti, jasno da to smo obvezni sve pratiti i sve to pratimo, a istaknuto da smo vrlo aktivni u Europskom forumu za smanjenje rizika od katastrofa. U našoj regiji jugoistočne Europe, vrijedno istaknuti, Hrvatska je tu vrlo aktivna, pomaže susjedima i Hrvatska je jedna od osnivača, znači inicijative za smanjenje rizika i pripravnost u jugoistočnoj Europi. Znači mi smo stakeholder te inicijative i jedan od osnivača, a samo što se tiče naše vlastite tradicije, onoga što radimo, vrijedno je spomenuti od brojnih stvari, istaknut ću Hrvatsku platformu za smanjenje rizika od katastrofa, njoj ću malo kasnije posvetiti 2 do 3 rečenice. I sada kada sam fremio svoje izlaganje, tako ću nastaviti, znači složio sam početni mozaik u kome ću predstaviti što to mi u Hrvatskoj radimo u ovome području. Što se tiče strateške perspektive, Hrvatska u svojim zadnjim dokumentima, istaknuo sam samo zadnje, jer dokumenti i prije ovih se isto tako bave smanjenjem rizika od katastrofa, znači od nacionalne razvojne strategije, strategije nacionalne sigurnosti, procjene rizika od katastrofa iz 2019. godine. Ta procjena prepoznaje 16 rizika koje smo mi kao zemlja prepoznali, na kojima radimo, upravo na onakvom dijagramu što je prethodni govornik spomenuo. U prethodnoj procjeni iz 2015. smo imali 11 rizika, prije toga smo imali procjenu ugroženosti, znači to su nama strateški dokumenti u kojima prepoznajemo rizike i nakon njega na tome radimo. I ono što nam je sada u proceduri donošenja, to je znači strategija kako ćemo te rizike smanjivati. Znači što se tiče strateškog pregleda, Hrvatska ima sve ono što je bitno da bude uspješna u smanjenju rizika od katastrofa. Što se tiče normativnog dijela ili policy razine, mi nemamo zakon i vjerujem da mnoge zemlje nemaju, znači zakon koji bi se specifično bavio samo smanjenjem rizika od katastrofa, no sistemski zakon možemo istaknuti da je zakon o sustavu civilne zaštite, koji predviđa aktivnosti koje su vezane u smanjenje rizika od katastrofa. Dodatno, svako naše područje koje prepoznajemo kao rizično, poput poplava, požara i slično, ima svoj sistemski zakon koji uređuje znači sektorski unutar tog područja što je potrebno učiniti. Potom je važno istaknuti da DRR u Hrvatskoj je obaveza ne samo nacionalne razine, već je to obaveza znači i županija, naših gradova i općina. Znači svi su u obvezi se baviti ovim područjem. Potom na razini naše uključenosti punopravnog članstva u Europskoj uniji, znači sve što se radi na razini Unije, mi to aktivno pratimo i pogotovo jasno pratimo ono i koristimo što nam omogućava tipa korištenje EU fondova da radimo na smanjenju rizika od katastrofa, a dodatno u našoj regiji vrlo smo aktivni, znači u pomoći našim susjedima, prvenstveno od Bosne i Hercegovine i ostalih zemalja, kako njima pomažemo da oni smanjuju rizike od katastrofa. Dalje, što se tiče glavnih implementacijskih aktivnosti, znači spomenuo sam nacionalnu platformu za smanjenje rizika od katastrofa koja objedinjuje i koja spaja znači ljude koji rade, stručnjake u državnoj upravi na tom području, spaja akademsku zajednicu, spaja privatni sektor, spaja sve zainteresirane koji žele biti dio foruma kako u Hrvatskoj radimo na smanjenju rizika od katastrofa. Pored toga imamo i regionalnu platformu, znači platformu županija i gradova koji se bave smanjenjem rizika od katastrofa, znači gdje na regionalnoj razini možemo se baviti istim stvarima i to se aktivno provodi. Dalje je važno ovoga istaknuti, znači od brojnih fondova koji su nam na raspolaganju, znači istaknuo sam samo jedan, putem velikih novčanih sredstava u tim fondovima ćemo riješiti i rješavamo one stvari koje inače sami ne bi mogli investirati. Naveo sam samo jedan primjer, znači svi znamo da je grad Karlovac grad na 4 rijeke, da svake sezone kada su velike kiše imamo problem sa poplavama. Putem EU fondova ćemo napokon jedanput za svagda znači riješiti pitanje prevencije i upravljanja velikim vodama u gradu Karlovcu, prigradskim naseljima i jasno nizvodno niz Kupu, grad Sisak i sve što je ostalo. Znači rade se lijepe stvari u Hrvatskoj po tom pitanju, no možda nisu dovoljno vidljive. I moj zadnji slajd koji otvara određena pitanja, znači gdje smo mi danas i kuda bi trebali ići. Znači nama nažalost prevencija, pripravnost ili smanjenje rizika od katastrofa nije nekakav veliki politički prioritet i mi kao nacija prvenstveno više volimo biti u onoj reaktivnoj strani. Znači kada se vidi reakcija na terenu, tu više volimo biti prisutni, znači dajemo medalje onima koji su, da tako kažem, bili na terenu, ali ne dajemo medalje onima koji su spriječili da ne dođe do toga da moramo biti na terenu. Ono što je dalje bitno da naša i horizontalna i vertikalna koordinacija i suradnja ima prostora da bude dignuta na višu razinu, to je definitivno. I moramo jasno svakako unaprijediti vlastite procedure, učiti od boljih, najboljih, to su u ovom primjeru Japan, to je primjer svakako iz Europe je Švedska i ostale više ili bolje razvijene zemlje što se nas tiče. I došao bi do mog zaključka, znači smatram da smanjenje rizika od katastrofa nije obaveza samo pojedinaca ili pojedinih institucija, već da smo mi svi pozvani biti dio procesa, znači svako na svojoj razini. Hrvatska kao mala zemlja je u nekim stvarima i primjer. Što se tiče gašenja požara otvorenog prostora, mi smo zlatni standard za sve zemlje Europske unije, za sve zemlje u Europi, znači kako u Hrvatskoj, tako u regiji. Naši kanaderi lete od Bosne i Hercegovine, Makedonije, Grčke, Izraela do Španjolske i Portugala. Isto tako smo među najboljima u Europi što se tiče upravljanja velikim poplavama i sličnim stvarima. No postoje jasno brojna područja gdje možemo biti bolji i gdje se nadamo da kroz ovakvu razmjenu iskustva, učenje od boljih, to je primjer Japana, ćemo svakako biti bolji u budućnosti. Hvala vam lijepo na pozornosti i hvala vam što sam bio pozvan na ovu konferenciju. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mikac. This has been clearly within the suggested time framework, but I'm sure and I hope you will have opportunity to say more in the follow-up part of our panel. I didn't know that Croatia is the standard for firefighting in the open space. So that's something that we also need to internalize, in a sense that maybe it's not, we are sometimes maybe too critical of ourselves, but I think it was very important what you said, that we lack recognition of the importance of the preventive action, that we don't have the forward-looking approach, but very reactive and then maybe chaotic in some aspects. But we are going to hear now from a person who has extensive and rich experience of applying all of these concepts and ideas in practice. Mrs. Kristina Martinović has been working in the City of Zagreb Office for Emergency Management since 2008, and she's the leader of the project Earthquake Risk of the City of Zagreb, which is included or is part of one of the strategic projects of Croatia. With scientists from the Faculty of Mining and Geology, she participated in the establishment of the Kostanjik Landslide Observatory, the project which was funded by the Japanese government and the Japanese International Cooperation Agency. Since the earthquake in Zagreb in 2020, she has worked in organizing the response to the earthquake. And since the official declaration of the pandemic in Croatia, she has been working as an operational support to civil society, civil protection headquarters in the city of Zagreb. So you have several hats, and please, Kristina.
Hvala lijepo na pozivu na ovu konferenciju i hvala mojim prethodnicima. Mislim da su dali dobar uvod u nekakvoj općoj slici o rizicima, a ja ću vam pričati o partikularnim rizicima za grad Zagreb, jer time se i bavim. Neće mi... Može idući slajd. Aha. Dakle, kao i drugi gradovi, što je rekao dr. Mikac, i grad Zagreb ima obvezu raditi procjenu rizika. I u našoj novoj procjeni mi smo identificirali 5 rizika za grad Zagreb. Kao prvi tu je potres, zatim poplava, epidemije i pandemije, industrijske nesreće i toplinski valovi. Znači, to su u našoj procjeni glavnih 5 rizika kojima se bavimo u grad Zagreb. U idućoj procjeni će ovim rizicima biti nadodan ili rizik od klizanja tla. Za svaki rizik smo razvili scenarije. Kad se razvijaju scenariji, naravno da uvijek radimo o najgorim mogućim scenarijima za koji kad se dogode, koji su vrlo malo vjerojatni da će se dogoditi, ali planiramo ono najgore. A naravno nakon tih scenarija se razvijaju planovi za svaki mogući scenarij i ono što nam je najvažnije, preventivne akcije kao i reaktivne akcije, odnosno djelovanje civilne zaštite u slučaju ostvarenja rizika. Tu sam stavila ukratko scenarije, kako mi to vidimo. Znači, najgori mogući scenarij je naravno potres u Zagrebu, koji bi bio 9. stupnja Mercalli Cancani Zibergove ljestvice. On bi naravno prouzročio jako velike materijalne i ljudske gubitke, da sada tu ne navodim brojke koje su uvijek ružne, ali ono što još možda naši prijatelji iz Japana ne znaju je da je politička i institucionalna vlast bazirana u Zagrebu i to upravo na području grada koji je jako pod rizikom, tako da i tu bi bilo pitanje što bi se dogodilo. Zagreb se relativno dobro brani od poplava jer imamo nasip, ali u slučaju pucanja nasipa poprilično bi stradali. Tehničko-tehnološki incidenti bi zahvatili istočni dio Zagreba, odnosno gradsku četvrt Peščenicu Žitnjak. Ekstremne vremenske temperature u slučaju dugoročnih toplinskih valova bi naravno prouzročili zdravstvene probleme kod mnogo stanovništva Zagreba i tu su na kraju epidemije i pandemije. Mi smo u našim scenarijima razmatrali pandemiju gripe, a dogodila nam se neka druga. Naš scenario je u tom slučaju predviđao da možda nećemo imati cjepiva ili da se ljudi neće htjeti cijepiti, ali nismo predviđali da može doći do lockdowna cjelokupnog grada i cjelokupnog društva i koje će sve to posljedice imati na ekonomiju. Može idući slajd. Ne znam gdje trebamo ovo usmjeriti. Da. Da. Kao što većina vas zna, u 2020. godini grad Zagreb je bio pogođen sa 2 od 5 identificiranih rizika. Ajmo reći, na samom početku lockdowna grad Zagreb je u jutarnjim satima probudio potres od magnitude 5,5 stupnjeva Richtera. Znači usred epidemije. 2 godine kasnije još uvijek smo u epidemiji i još uvijek rješavamo posljedice potresa koji nam se dogodio. Ovo su vam malo statistika šta nam je potres ostavio u Zagrebu. Znači u Zagrebu imamo oko 300.000 zgrada. Od tih 300.000 ovim potresom koji nije klasificiran kao jak potres, jer 5,5 nije jak i ne bi trebao ostaviti štetu, mi smo imali 25.500 prijava šteta, odnosno pregleda u Zagrebu. Veliki dio tih pregleda zgrada koje smo radili su dobile ovu zelenu oznaku, zelenu naljepnicu, znači može se u njima biti. Negdje oko 5.000 zgrada ima narančastu naljepnicu, što znači u principu da zgrade kao takve mogu ostati i dalje, ali da su nužni veliki popravci i da su poprilično stradale. A najgori je ovaj dio od 1167 zgrada i kuća koje imaju crvenu naljepnicu i njihova budućnost je ili opsežna obnova ili rušenje i građenje novih. To je nekakva slika potresa koja je ostala između njih. Morate još znati jednu stvar, da sve ove preglede, znači svih tih 25.580 pregleda su radili inženjeri građevine, koje smo u prvim danima potresa educirali u mom bivšem uredu kako da se uopće rade ti pregledi i kako da primijene tu metodologiju. Znači, mi smo u jednoj od studije koju smo razvijali u gradu Zagrebu u uredu imali metodologiju za prve brze preglede građevina nakon potresa, ali naprosto nije bilo, kako bih to rekla, mjesta ili institucije gdje bi mi tu metodologiju mogli prenijeti na inženjere građevine. Sada se osniva studij protupotresnog inženjerstva kao poslijediplomski na građevinskom fakultetu, ali prije toga tog nije bilo.
Znanje je postojalo, ali nije bilo mjesta.
Znanje je postojalo, znači imali smo razrađenu metodologiju, ali transfer znanja, ajmo to tako reći, nije bio omogućen za nekakvu veću masu ljudi, što nam doista treba kada je ovako nešto. Ali evo, uključili su se volonteri, jako su bili motivirani da to naprave. Ja uvijek volim reći da ti prvi pregledi koji su ljudima govorili da li se smiju vratiti u stanove i biti u zgradama ili ne, su služili ne samo kao inženjerski pregledi, nego su imali tu taj psihološki nivo. Svima nam je to trebalo tih prvih dana da nam neko kaže da li možemo biti u svom stanu ili ne možemo. I ono što profesor Atalić, s kojim puno radim, uvijek kaže da svačija pukotina je najveća na zidu. Pa eto, naši inženjeri, volonteri su i to prolazili. Prije svega ovog, znači prije potresa u Zagrebu koji se dogodio, još 2014. godine s nekim profesorima je moj bivši ured i grad Zagreb krenuo pisati projekt koji se zovemo potresni rizik grada Zagreba. Smatrali smo da je potres neprihvatljiv rizik za Zagreb i da moramo napraviti preciznu i sveobuhvatnu procjenu rizika kako bismo kasnije mogli raditi sve one ostale radnje u prevenciji i u obnovi. Taj projekt je izuzetno opsežan. Rekla sam da smo ga krenuli pisati još 2014. ali smo od tad, dakle, tražili smo mogućnost od kud da financiramo ovaj projekt jer je jako skup i velik, ali eto, uspjeli smo prije potresa 2019. dobiti financije za projekt iz Europskog fonda Europskog kohezijskog fonda iz ovog Priority Osi 5 klimatske promjene i risk management. Kako smo to uspjeli? Znači, bili smo tvrdoglavi, stalno smo odlazili u ministarstvo i pitali kada će se otvoriti mjesto gdje bi se mi mogli, gdje bi mogli financirati ovaj projekt za Zagreb. U međuvremenu, da ne ispadne da je to isključivo zasluga grada Zagreba, i država je u svojoj procjeni rizika identificirala da je potres najveći mogući rizik koji se može dogoditi u državi i upravo je za scenario potresa uzela i grad Zagreb kao sjedište i industrije i političke moći i kao najveći grad u Hrvatskoj. Tako da ajmo reći, te su se dvije stvari i ta identifikacija rizika se poklopila na lokalnom nivou i na državnom i mi smo uspjeli naš projekt Potresni rizik za grad Zagreb dobiti kao pilot projekt unutar ovog većeg projekta multisenzorskog zračnog snimanja cijelog teritorija Hrvatske. Nositelj, naši partneri na projektu su Državna geodetska uprava i Fakultet geodezije u Zagrebu i Hrvatske vode. Znači, nakon potresa, financiranje smo dobili ranije, ali formalno potpisivanje ugovora je bilo 11.5. nakon potresa. Naš dio projekta za grad Zagreb i identifikaciju rizika od potresa je 31 milijun kuna. To je u trajanju od 3 godine. Znači, projekt je sveobuhvatan, na 85% se financira iz Europske unije, a ostatak iz grada Zagreba. Projekt je stvarno veliki, na europskom nivou je veliki, značajan, a sad ću vas malo provesti da vidite što u principu radimo, što znači identificirati potresni rizik u jednom gradu. Rekla sam već da imamo 300.000 zgrada, u gradu Zagrebu 310.000 i mi želimo svaku tu zgradu na neki način popisati i znati kako i koliko je ona otporna, odnosno ugrožena od potresa. Generalni ciljevi projekta su kao prvo razviti metodologiju za procjenu potresnog rizika. Mi u Hrvatskoj nemamo definiranu metodologiju kako se to radi i ajmo reći da se svaki grad snalazi na neki svoj način. Tu metodologiju koju razvijamo, ona je u skladu sa europskom, odnosno talijanskom metodologijom Džemovom, po kojoj se sad rade svi rizici najvećih gradova u svijetu. Želimo definirati seizmički hazard u gradu Zagrebu. On je dobro definiran, ali želimo da to bude i dio metodologije koju ćemo razviti. I želimo na kraju, to nam sve služi da identificiramo rizik, posebno za građevine i naravno ono što je profesor Hayashi rekao, prvo su nam ljudi na mjestu. Znači rizik za ljude, a kasnije i za građevine. Tu naravno kad govorimo o građevinama, govorimo o stanovima, o zgradama, o biznis zgradama, o javnim zgradama, školama, vrtićima i tako dalje. A kad govorimo o riziku za ljude, govorimo o tome koliko potencijalno ljudi može biti ozlijeđeno, koliko potencijalno ljudi može stradati u potresu, koliko potencijalno ljudi će trebati zbrinuti negdje jer im stanovi neće biti upotrebljivi. Da bi sve to napravili, centralni dio našeg projekta je upravo kreiranje velike baze podataka o građevinama i o ljudima. Kako mi to radimo, ta je baza podataka stvarno nešto što nam je esencijalno, da smo ju imali za vrijeme zagrebačkog potresa, već prvi dan bi mogli krenuti na jedan sustavniji, rekla bih, način u pregled građevina. Mi smo je tad na brzinu u 2 noći osposobili da možemo raditi, da naši inženjeri mogu raditi, a prve dane, vi to ne znate, ali slali smo ih na teren doslovce sa obrascima koje smo printali i tako su ih ispunjavali, onda smo ih skenirali i stavljali u bazu podataka, ali dobro. Znači, želimo imati jednu veliku bazu podataka u kojoj doslovce inženjer će moći na mobitelu ili negdje prikupiti podatke, pregledati zgradu i vidjeti šta je unutra. I na kraju u projektu naravno želimo i svo znanje koje smo stekli i prenositi, zato organiziramo i konferencije i radionice i zato ja i ovu priliku ovako koristim da pričam o projektu, o konkretnim stvarima koje radimo. Ideja projekta je bila, kad smo već na terenu i kad skupljamo sve te podatke, da onda skupimo i podatke koji su potrebni operativnim snagama, prvenstveno vatrogascima u njihovom svakodnevnom radu, tako da skupljamo i podatke da li zgrada ima požarni put, da li se može pristupiti vozilom vatrogasnim i tako dalje. Projekt će nam isto tako poslužiti i za prikupljanje podataka o zgradama i infrastrukturi koja je stradala u potresu. Kad imate takvu jednu bazu podataka, onda vam je puno jednostavnije donijeti i procijeniti nekakve iznose koji su potrebni za obnovu, recimo, zgrada nakon potresa. I isto tako, kad imate jednu takvu bazu podataka i takav projekt, onda i sve mjere nakon potresa koje se trebaju donijeti su naravno jednostavnije za donijeti jer imate cjelokupnu sliku, a onda naravno i to vraćanje zajednice u nekakvo normalno stanje ide puno brže. Napravili smo, što se tiče projekta i ove website, molim vas da mi otvorite website, ako možete, ja ne mogu. Znači, na njemu redovno objavljujemo sve što se tiče potresnog rizika u Zagrebu. Ne vidi se. To mi je zadnji slajd. Ispričavam se ako sam bila preduga. Da. Mi ovdje vidimo, tamo se ne vidi, uglavnom sajt je potresnirizik.zagreb.hr. Objavljujemo sve novosti što se tiče projekta, ali htjela sam vam pokazati i aplikaciju koju smo napravili za građane. I stvarno svaku priliku koristimo da sve građane pozovemo da nam popune tu aplikaciju. Evo, probajte sad otvoriti. Znači, sve građane uvijek molimo i koristimo svaku priliku da ih pozovemo da popune aplikaciju za građane. Ona je slična aplikaciji koju su Zagrepčani i popunjavali nakon potresa u Zagrebu. Samo se tamo ne vidi. Gdje ih molimo da upišu svoje zgrade, svoje kuće u našu bazu podataka. Stvari koje se upisuju su poprilično jednostavne i svako od nas sigurno može pridonijeti da se napravi jedna kvalitetna procjena rizika za potres u Zagrebu. Atributi koje skupljamo su katnost zgrade, da li je pravilan tlocrt, kakav je krov, kakva je međukatna konstrukcija i tako dalje. To je sve nešto što kad uđe u bazu podataka, sve će se to pregledavati, će naši inženjeri koji rade na projektu i dopunjavati s ostalim atributima, ali ta nam je pomoć itekako jako potrebna jer u Zagrebu ima strašno puno zgrada i naprosto moramo koristiti sve kanale koji su nam dostupni da popunimo bazu podataka. Evo, hvala vam lijepo. Ja se ispričavam ako sam bila jako duga.
Ne. Thank you very much, Ms. Martinovic. This has been in detail because it requires better understanding of what is happening in Zagreb. I will, as I promised in the beginning, we were supposed to have the fourth panelist, and I said I would say at least a few words about her. She's Mrs. Branka Bakšić-Mitic. She's deputy mayor of the city of Glina and a humanitarian activist. And we were very much looking forward to her participation. But she had other priorities, which we completely understand, as being someone from the field. And she's a co-founder of the initiative People for People, and has received several awards, among them the Pride of Croatia Award and the Fierce Women Award. She's today, she started driving to Zagreb, but then had to return because she got information on some unexpected or welcomed funds for temporary housing for families in Glina. They still have around 200 people who need housing and protection. So this is, she apologizes for not being able to take part in this panel with us. But we obviously understand that these are more important issues, especially in the context of the topic that we are discussing today. I open now time for discussion, but before we proceed with questions, and I invite the audience both here in our room and also online to ask questions. Maybe Dr. Hayashi, you have would you like to comment or reflect on what you have heard from our Croatian speakers, both in the context of what Dr. Mikac was explaining, the the hierarchy of priorities and the normative aspect, and our different policies where they are present and where they are missing, and then from Ms. Martinovic's detailed explanation what Zagreb is doing to reduce consequences of our earthquake.
As for those housing reconstruction issues, it sounds very, very familiar to us too. And right after the earthquake, especially the major earthquake, the biggest concern of those impacted people how to restore their space to live. And then, that for temporary, right after the event, there is a temporary shelter maybe available, but that shelter is only for those who suffered from so-called lifeline failure. So maybe up to like 1,000 hours. And if the people who damaged their houses will need to relocate to somewhere they can live, even temporarily. It's not the shelter. So that the temporary housing issue become also very important. And while people are staying in a temporary housing, the local government or the national government try to assess the damage of each houses and come up with plans to restore or rebuild those a place to live. And usually people very eager to build their houses back. But very sad example of 1995 Kobe earthquake, which has 250,000 houses were demolished, damaged, very heavy, and 130,000 houses were completely demolished. And then there is a very big rebuilding project had started. All those construction related people gathered Kobe from all over Japan. And then they somehow rebuilt more than 130,000 houses back in 3 years. But that area tend to be a place where 20,000 annual replacement or improve of the houses. It was kind of a mature market. So 330,000 homes rebuilt in 3 years suggest they use up like 6 to 7 years long needs for housing replacement. And then in order to complete such quick recovery, all the working powers from all over Japan joined. And when project finished, they went home. Then what happened is the local constructing community lost their jobs completely for the next 3 to 4 years. So they got bankrupted in the 5th year, 6th year, and 7th year. So it was a very, very sad story, even though the houses rebuilt in a very nicely. So that's one of the main point I said, don't rush or don't hurry. So I think that Croatia is also pretty much mature in almost every aspect, so that the sudden surge of the needs should be handled in a very planned way. So it obviously needs time to complete a very big mission. So in order to make this thing happen, the individual wishes somehow has to be coordinated with the rest of the community, so that the resources available in a region must be used or allocated in a wise way. And then role of a government is very important to provide some kind of a perspective or foresight how the things will go on, even though it may be unsatisfactory for each of the impacted people. But for the good of whole community, those individual needs has to be coordinated. And then that's kind of a governing structure, how to coordinate for the goods of a whole community should be more emphasized than just let the individual people ask or do or move whatever they want. So if this kind of thing, this maybe sounds very, very hard and difficult to do, but in the long run, I'm telling this from the failure of ourselves. People rushed into an individual recovery, but at the whole community has to be taken into account in order to have a so-called build back better, or according to the moderator's comment, do the right thing, not do the fast thing. I think that's kind of my thought provoked by two presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hayashi. This is really enlightening, I think, because when I was listening, especially now when you describe the post-COVID 1995 earthquake experience, and what Ms. Martinovic was speaking about the volunteers who went into the field and collected information. And I'm sure Dr. Mikats also has experience of volunteers. Is this, so my question to all three of you is, can we, when you write strategies, do you account for volunteers? Is this endogenous to the strategy, or is external, exogenous? Is it something that you foresee and therefore can manage, or you have to deal with it when it happens? So if there is not enough, then the institutions need to step up. If it is too much, then institutions again need to step up and somehow make control. Because I think what you said about balancing between individual priorities or individual needs and then the collective or social priorities is very, very important. And it's difficult also sometimes for the government to explain to people why their problem is not the first priority problem, because they see it as the first priority. So we need stronger government in that sense. Do you have any comment on this? And then I also invite two other speakers, but Dr. Hayashi, if you want to join on this, please do.
Okay. As for the volunteers, or those individual needs versus more like a collective effort. Yeah, I do have a comment for the volunteers. The COVID event was the first big event. We have more than 1.5 million volunteers came to the impacted area to help the people for the first 3 months. And those are mainly young people, and helping impacted people to ease out their temporary living for the first phase of recovery. But when the new school year starts, they are gone. But that initiated or highlights the importance of volunteer activities for promoting recovery in a local area. So as the statistics of damaged houses indicates, 80% of the impacted houses are still green. So after experience various kinds of volunteer activities for the first year, then the local after the second year, the really local resident who suffered minor damage became a volunteers for local communities with the deep appreciation of those volunteers coming from the outside to help them. And then they believe that's a good chance for them to repay their debt in a sense. And since they have a minor damage, they could recover quicker than the people who got very severe damage. So that they impacted people with each other, help with each other. That's a very important progress. I think that the COVID event brought us. And that since then, that volunteer activity at the very early stage of response and early stage of recovery, long-term recovery, we do have a volunteer activities as a very important power for recovery. The people volunteering may be different from the phases of those recovery, but it is very, very important. It's one of the core forces for recovery. That is the volunteer activities.
Thank you very much. And this is, again, as I said, not only enlightening, but important element that we need to, consider and take into consideration when we discuss this topic of resilience, because there is no social resilience and social sustainability of recovery, if we can say so, without the input from different parts of the society. And thank you also, Dr. Hayashi, for sharing your presentation. I see that it is here for our online participants, but we will also download it and share it on our website. Dr. Mika,
I think that's more understandable than my presentation.
No, it was, your interventions were excellent.
Thank you.
Hvala lijepa. Apsolutno se slažem sa svime što je rekao profesor Hayashi i u velikom dijelu i mi smo na tom tragu ili radimo identično u Hrvatskoj. Hvala vam na pozivu, o ovom mogli bi danima pričati, ja ću se sad fokusirati samo na ovo pitanje volontera. U Hrvatskoj, svugdje u Europi, to je tako, volonteri su ona udarna snaga i prva reakcija kada nam se desi velika nesrećna katastrofa i mi kao Hrvati, mi smo u biti izgledamo kao interventna postrojba. Kada se negdje nešto desi, svi idemo tamo, nekad i stvaramo i problem zbog toga. Osobno sam zapovijedao svim snagama civilne zaštite kada smo imali velike poplave u istočnoj Slavoniji 2014. godine, isto tako svim civilnim resursima 2015. kada je bila migrantska kriza. I baziramo se jako na volonterima. Naše glavne operativne snage, vatrogasci, Hrvatski crveni križ, postrojbe civilne zaštite, udruge građana, oni su skoro 95% volonteri. Znači, mi nemamo stajaće snage jer su preskupe, ne možemo ih financirati, nego naš sustav kako prevencije, tako reakcije su biti baziran na volonterima. Kada iscrpimo jasno volontere, paralelno uključujemo one stajaće snage od interventnih postrojbi, da li su to javne vatrogasne postrojbe, pa sve do policije i oružanih snaga. Tako funkcionira vjerovatno u većem dijelu svijeta, tako je i u Hrvatskoj. Tako da pitanje volontera je nešto što je jako važno, no na tome možemo dodatno raditi. Jer volonteri kada dođu nekontrolirano u ono područje gdje vam se desila nesreća ili katastrofa, neki dolaze zbilja u velikoj mjeri da pomognu, ali neki dolaze i zbog toga što je poznato disaster tourism, to je poznato svuda u svijetu, to su fenomeni, dolaze jer žele biti prisutni, a u biti onda vam smetaju, onda biti vrlo teško koordinirati i dati nekakve smjernice da rade, ali jasno ako ste nekoga prihvatili da će pružiti pomoć, odgovarate za tu osobu. Pitanje svega što se može desiti. Tako da je to nešto na čemu mi kao Hrvatska možemo jako puno raditi I vrlo bi volio da dobijemo iskustvo iz Japana. Nadam se da ova suradnja nije samo na ovoj jednoj konferenciji, već da možemo sa profesorom Hayashijem, sa njegovim institutom, njegovim kolegama nastaviti surađivati kako bi primjere dobre prakse prenijeli u Hrvatsku i jasno onda, kao što je rekao profesor, to je dugi niz godina, to je i generacijski trud koji morate uložiti kako bi osvijestili, educirali, provodili vježbe i u konačnosti podigli za nekoliko postotaka vašu pripravnost i vašu mogućnost reakcije. To ne ide preko noći, nije niti samo novac onaj ključa, bitna je ta suradnja, razmjena iskustva, ali da čujete ovakva iskustva, znači da vas neko ohrabri i izvana, znači da se stvari ne mogu rješavati, da se ne mogu dešavati preko noći, da je to nešto što jasno traži svoj nekakav kontinuitet na kojem svi zajedno moramo raditi. Hvala.
Hvala lijepa. Kristina, vi ste spomenuli da, evo sad recimo, dr. Mikac je rekao učimo od Japana. Vi ste rekli da u planu provedbe projekta koji imate je i element transfera iskustva i znanja. Je li skupljate vi onda iskustva drugih i na neki način ih filtrirate za potrebe grada Zagreba ili nekih drugih hrvatskih gradova i onda informirate dalje?
Da, upravo da. Znači, element projekta koji nam je jako bitan je transfer znanja. Metodologiju koju radimo i koju razvijamo je upravo, radimo na bazi talijanske metodologije za procjenu rizika od potresa, a transferiramo ju i radimo ju tako da bude primjenjiva na sve velike gradove u Hrvatskoj koji su ugroženi od potresa. Znači, oni su nam u startu, to su Rijeka, Split, Dubrovnik, Zagreb. To su urbane sredine, procjena od potresa u ruralnim sredinama su nešto drugačije, time se mi bavimo. Ali ono što sam htjela još reći, u sklopu ovog projekta imamo i jedan dio projekta gdje uređujemo centar za volontere. Dakle, u slučaju da se dogodi potres u Zagrebu, to će biti centar u koji će svi naši inženjeri građevine i volonteri znati da upravo tu idu, da bi onda nakon tog okupljanja na tom mjestu mogli organizirano izaći na teren. I upravo mislim da je cilj moje institucije ili države je ne samo stvaranje svojih snaga koji bi dali reakciju na terenu, nego i rad s volonterima. Jer vi nikad ne možete, što je profesor Mikac rekao, imati toliko ljudi na raspolaganju i na stand-by da u slučaju velike nesreće vi možete nju adresirati bez zajednice i bez volontera. Znači, upravo jednog posla je razviti mehanizme i vidjeti kako u trenutku kad se dogodi nešto uključiti i smisleno, rekla bih, raditi, davati zadatke s volonterima da nam ne nastaje gužva i da ne bude to kaos, nego da bude jedna organizacija koja bi ljudima koji se hoće uključiti dali značaj i dali nekakav smislen posao, organizirati njihove smjene, organizirati njihov posao na terenu, vidjeti ko je za šta i tako dalje.
Of course, this is a big challenge. Not to open and extend our discussion because I would have many questions, but we have 5 more minutes until we officially need to close this panel. I would like to invite our speakers to make last comments if you have any, and then we will close. So Dr. Hayashi, you are first if you would like to add anything.
Yeah, I really feel honored to take a part in this conference and then start communicating or disseminating or transferring some of the experiences or knowledges what we got from our past failure to Croatian success. And even though we are very much limited in travel because of COVID-19, but like this, we could communicate through internet. So that really opened up a wide range of communication among various kinds of stakeholders. So as the Professor Mika pointed out, I'm 100% agree to make this as a start for continuous communication or collaboration of various kinds of aspects. So the recovery from a disaster is not a single thing. It's a multi-fold, very complex issue, so that it is very difficult to make a logical presentation. But we can share the time and ideas through this kind of channel. So that I would like to employ this new technology as a promotion of communication between Croatia and Japan as much as possible. Thank you for inviting me for this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to say thanks to the IRMO and the Japan Embassy in Croatia. Thank you very much for the invitation, for opportunity to share the knowledge, ideas, and experience. And I think so that it will be very great that we stay in touch with Professor Hayashi, with his institute and his colleagues, and to further develop our cooperation, exchange of knowledge, and to learn from Japan. Thank you very much, and I wish you the next panels, and then we continue. Thank you.
Evo, hvala lijepo i od mene. Ja bih samo istaknula da u prezentaciji od doktora Hayashija ono što mislim da su naše glavne crte kojima moramo učiti od Japana je njihova organiziranost, strpljivost i interdisciplinarno pristupanje kako procjeni rizika, tako i oporavku zajednice i veselim se našim budućim susretima. Hvala.
Thank you very much. I take as our commitment then together with the Embassy of Japan to establish communication with Dr. Hayashi, with your institute, the National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Resilience, to share the experience with your Croatian counterparts and keep this topic afloat, so to speak, in the public space. Because as you said, the knowledge and the expertise is required from different parts of the society. Obviously, this topic that we have opened in today's conference is just the beginning of many different challenges that lie ahead of us. You listed a few, but we are aware that we live in times that require responsibility and cooperation. So thank you very much. I kindly ask our online audience to be patient and rejoin us in 15 minutes. We will have a short break, and then for the last thing, I would like us to thank our panelists today.
Hvala. Da. Morate malo smanjiti. Svi su tu. Jedino što...
Ako na laptopu ovdje uključen ton, morate ga isključiti.
To nije moj laptop, to je od... Da, može... Ja sam Zoom na mobitelu.
Da, morate to jako stišati.
Jesam, da. Evo ga.
Evo, vidite, i slušali, i dole ga mutirati. Aha, vi ste tu samo slušač.
Da.
Eto.
Baš mi je žao da mi ne radi ovaj. Aha. Okay. Welcome back to the panel 2. Please excuse a delay of 5 minutes, some technical problems. This panel will continue exploring possibilities for strengthening resilience, and this time economic resilience is our focus. And as we all know, societal resilience is hardly imaginable without having economic resilience. It is a pivotal issue, actually. And within that, roles of business sectors are very important indeed. Our panel is examining somewhat the concept of resilience, somewhat more academically, so to say, but the principle is the same, and it is as well preparedness of the business sector and also other economic actors to sustain economic functions in the future. As Professor Hayashi rightly stressed, restoring economic life is also one of the priorities. After all these exogenous shocks happen, I will call it for the economic purpose, I will call it exogenous shocks, because it's not purely or just natural disasters, although natural disasters happen suddenly, couldn't really predict them, such as earthquakes. And also, it takes us by shocks. Indeed, it is always better to be prepared in terms of what Professor Hayashi said, also having forecast scenarios and also risk assessments, and other speakers in the first panel have informed us and enlightened us with many information on that. So it's better to be prepared and response than purely to response. As Professor Mikat said, it's only if you are just reactive to the event, then of course it's very costly, and you cannot avoid trial and error policies and measures. So it's better to have the whole infrastructure somewhat prepared, although for some kinds of exogenous shocks, you can't be really, name it pandemic. Nobody actually envisaged it will be on such scale, but there are many other hazards that economics is facing. And apart from economic policy making, and concept of resilience has been already embedded in the policy making of EU member states. We have heard also in Japan. Apart from policy making, we have to strengthen resilience of a business sector.
how a business sector as a practical entities, and of course, the whole economics depend upon, and also economic result depend upon how they are responding to such things. And there are multiple, as previous speakers as well, there are multiple things to reconcile and take into account and into consideration. And it's not always easy for the business sector to make these transitions. Let me name just two driving transitions that came from global megatrends. And this is digitalization on one side, and then building a resilient, sustainable green economy on the other side. So when you take all these things into, you have to respond as a business enterprise, it's very hard actually. And only the toughest and also most flexible, more prepared, for instance, in COVID, and particularly if you're a small enterprise, those who survived is those who had big digital capacities on one side, and also who have envisaged their corporate response to climate change, to clean energy sources and things like that, which is really a quest for modern economics these days. This is only like my introductory words so that you know where we would go in our discussions. I'm very happy that we have here with us today 3 excellent speakers, and let me introduce them just briefly. Mr. Velibor Mačkić, who is assistant professor and chief, special advisor for the economy to the President of the Republic of Croatia, and also assistant professor at the Faculty of Economics in Zagreb. We are very happy that you dedicated your time to be here with us today. And let me introduce briefly Mr. Kensuko Tsuchiya, who is a Central Executive Officer from Toyota Adria, based in Ljubljana, but covering also Slovenian and Croatian markets. Very happy as well that you join us on this panel. And our third speaker is Mrs. Ines Obradović. She is Director of Sector of International Affairs for quite many years in the Chamber of Commerce, Croatian Chamber of Commerce here in Zagreb. Warm welcome to all of you. I also welcome all our online participants and wish them that they had patience waiting for us for this panel to explore further. I forgot to mention that the lenses of our discussions will be always how could we strengthen all these things mentioned through enhancing Croatian-Japan cooperation. So I will stop now with my introductory remarks and would like to invite Dr. Velibor Mačkić to take first the mic and present and share with us your thoughts on what was our topic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, allow me to thank you, both the ambassador and the colleagues from IRMA, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to address the panel. So when we talk about resilience, we know that resilience is the ability of either an individual, household, region, country to withstand and adapt and recover from stress that come from exogenous shocks, as Nena told us. But the important thing is that this process should not compromise long-term development. So what happens when you're facing a region like Banja, which has a poor record when it comes not just to growth, but to development? So Banja is a bordering region, centuries, which has a significant impact on the society as a whole. It has, in the last 25 plus years, problems that came from the process of, I would say, suboptimal process of reconstruction and development. So due to the war effects that were present there, the question of how to address this problem was rather complex. This is why the Office of the President tried to form a working group that consists not only from the members of the Economic Council of the President. We also included external experts from the field of economics, sociology, anthropology, and urban planning. One of those experts is actually with us, my colleague Mariana Sumper, and she was actually together with colleague Starts, spiritus movens of the whole project. So allow me to also to thank her for her contribution. What we were actually trying to do is pretty much, at least I hope so, was in line with what Professor Hayashi mentioned, that in recovery, you should start simultaneously with social infrastructure, economic recovery, and physical recovery. But there you have a problem. Since the Office of the President doesn't have any executive authority or any operational mandate in day-to-day politics, we actually decided to do one thing that we knew that the government will not be able to do, and that's the strategic thinking, the long-term development vision. So, okay, so what we then decided to do is use scenario planning. So we identified factors of change using a PESTEC method. We classified all the factors of change, selected the important factors that we used for our scenario planning. We discussed them intensively during our meetings that actually started, I would dare to say, maybe 10 days after the earthquake, January, yes, in January. Discussed them in length, and then we agreed on the development vision and listed actually 23 projects that we divided into 4 areas. These areas being green economy, community renewal, infrastructure and connectivity, and finally governance and security. So the main idea, as you will see, was to consolidate traditional production in an innovative and creative way, and to present Banja as a green space of opportunity. So I will skip through all of this in order to get to the main points. So we use this scenario matrix with 4 possible scenarios, and of course we opted for the optimal one with functioning EU and climate ecosystem that is optimal, as it is, of course, now with the current situation on the east of Europe. Maybe some of these things can come under question, but let's hope that they don't. Okay, so upon discussing among the group, this is the vision that we came up. Banja is a demographically renewed green area of Croatia with distinctive developmental characteristics and a high degree of self-sufficiency in food production and energy supply. When one thinks about how to start a process of development of a region, then in the literature, there are several ways of doing that. One is, of course, the competitive advantage, but then you are struck with harsh reality. Resources that are present there are not sufficient in order to do that. So we opted for comparative advantage, And this is why the text in green color. Agriculture and food processing industry should be actually at the forefront of innovative, highly structured, high value added production. Thus, Banya economy is focused on meeting the market demand of tomorrow, and Banya's economy provides its inhabitants with conditions for a sustainable and quality life in a preserved and inspiring environment. So, the 4 areas now list 23 projects that we actually proposed. First is the specialization of Top Terme Topusko, health spa resort for wellness and health treatments using industrial hemp. Again, industrial hemp should be used in agriculture cultivation. Of course, sustainable energy sources that are present already in the region should drive also economic development. Among those innovative products that are based on the traditional production is plant-based meat. So I presume that colleagues that are from Croatia know that Banja region is the home of Gavrilović meat industry. But Gavrilović, since the mid-1990s, doesn't own a slaughterhouse. So that pretty much changes the traditional way of production and what was keeping people and economic activity in the past period. So we opted for plant-based meat in order to address the tomorrow's demand. We also proposed Made in Banja, a system of commercialization of local agricultural products. Just to say briefly, the idea that we actually proposed is the one that is already being established in Eastern Herzegovina, in the town of Trebinje, with Herceg House. So if one can do it in Eastern Herzegovina, then why not in Banja? And of course, the wood industry. There are several big exporters, one namely Sheriff Company, but our goal is to make a transition from semi-finished products to high-value products. And of course, the Good Food Academy, which is based on the help, or what Professor Mikac mentioned, at the early stages of catastrophe, everybody went down to Banja, including famous chefs from Croatia. So in order to sustain that initial enthusiasm and to enrich the tourist supply of the region, we proposed the establishment of Good Food Academy. The second area is community renewal. As I mentioned, the area has, let's say, a burdensome history. So an integration model, Banja, an area centered on people, is the first project. After that, social entrepreneurship, greenhouse in Banja, together with Academy of Solidarity, and an environmental protection model named a green sanctuary. Third area represents infrastructure and connectivity. So business infrastructure, local accessibility and mobility, railway line, urban revitalization of Sisak region, together with rural laboratories. One important thing that we always emphasize, not just during our meetings, but also when we presented the study, is that finishing the highway between Zagreb and Sisak, it's not the answer. This actually could lead to regional drain, not actually allowing people from Zagreb or other areas to come to Banja and start to build some new economic life. Actually, that would threaten the existing people there and enable them to just to move to Zagreb easily. Our main goal is our intention was actually to try to build the local connections between those small cities and between the villages in the Banja region. We believe that that's a better way to address Banja's needs. Of course, politically wise, and what you can see easily is the highway. But what is highly visible is not necessarily the optimal. The last area, governance, administration, and security. So amendments to the census, providing conditions for an agricultural-based economy and agricultural land management. This is the process of sequestration, empowering small towns and new villages for the 21st century. When it comes to villages and rural population, they're not concentrated. In our view, this was the good time to change that. Now, of course, with 1 year from the presentation of this developmental study, we can say that, as expected, nobody's talking about development. Sadly, as expected, reconstruction is still a challenge and is to be finished, hopefully. Oh, no, is to be started, hopefully, this year. And me being an economist, as Nena said, I'm rather pessimistic. And I believe that the chance that we had is maybe behind us. We can discuss this. Why is this during the panel? But I'm sad to say that maybe the window of opportunity for Banja is behind us. So on that not so happy note, I will end.
Thank you very much, Velibor, very much for sharing with us your thoughts on post-earthquake development of Banja region. I forgot in the introduction to mention that you led this study of long-term vision for development, and also so happy that Mariana has joined us in this panel. Indeed, Banja was largely devastated by earthquake, and indeed had to cope with COVID as well. But Zagreb region, we heard in the first panel how it coped with the earthquake, not with the COVID, as it was global health hazard. And I would like to move us from a regional level now, perhaps towards national as well, because as I mentioned, resilience is a concept that has been embedded in our national resilience and recovery strategy. What is your opinion on, is it adequately dealt with in this document? Did we envisage, apart from reconstruction of the regions that were devastated by earthquake, did we envisage other sorts of building of resilience? Well, like digital and green economy transformation that you talked about at a regional level?
There are several things that one can say now that some time has passed from our plan for reconstruction and from our RRF. So first, countries that received more euros presented more diversified plans with higher other shares of spending, other being non-green and non-digital. For instance, that's Croatia, Greece, Portugal, up to 40% of the funds. Latvia even with 45%. So out of 6.3 billion euros that are at disposal for Croatia, 2.5 billion refers to other spending. So I think that is hopefully mostly got to do with this post-earthquake recovery. Second thing, countries that receive more euros are, and to quote The Economist, are aimed at those who cannot spend. And that's a worrying fact. What we know now is that there is no correlation with expected GNI growth in the time period between 2019 and 2021 and RRF grants. While the allocation of grants has a clear negative correlation with the level of development. That's a thing that should worry us. Unfortunately, this impression management that we all have been exposed to was continuously saying that we should be proud that we were able to get so much money. Really, quite objectively, I would be much happier if somebody else was in Croatia's position. Of course, Croatia, as expected, did not present any time profile of the planned spending. But I warned you, I'm quite pessimistic. So these are the things. Unfortunately, what we have not just reflective interventionism as a way of doing public policy in Croatia. We have, I would dare to say, tragedy of the horizons, and not in that usual usage of the term where you cut public investments when the money is scarce. This tragedy of horizons is pretty much a consequence of scarce resources that are present within the public administration. And to connect this with Bania's story, you cannot do anything in Banja without a strong presence of Zagreb. The tragedy there is that actually the resources that are present in Zagreb cannot be spread to cover everything. We have seen that from time over and over again. Of course, there is one clear characteristic of this government and the last government is that they're constantly late. So why are they late? Is it a problem of highest level of government that needs to actually read everything and give green light to everything for whatever reason there is? Or the problem is that actually on the levels of everyday tasks that need to be conducted, there is simply not enough people with knowledges that are required. In any way, that's a problem. We have seen this with the National Development Strategy that was late, that was I will stop myself here and just repeat what we said publicly, that we see a lot of room for improvement within the National Development Strategy. I mean, the Economic Council almost wrote the number of pages that we sent for practically equivalent to the pages of the whole document that was presented by the government. I don't know. Maybe this whole story with Ukraine and everything has made me even more pessimistic. But tragedy of the horizons, I think that's the long-term concern that we have. And honestly, I don't see how this. How can this change in this? And this is really a short time period when it comes even to the next generation EU. Croatia's problems are structural, they're long-term, and well, maybe if we enter the stagflation period in the next couple of years, maybe something will change, maybe something will shift, but then that's a tragedy on its own.
Thank you very much. This is a good point we could perhaps carry to our time that was allocated for discussion with online participants and further on with the panel. And I'm sure we will return to this point. Yes, the latest events And Ukraine has, of course, painted other colors to look into these horizons. And this is really a dichotomy. We should have a long-term horizons for economic development and have a good policies, have a good business environment to prepare for it. But however, we are entering from crisis to crisis. It's like hammering. And this is like objective situation as well that we do have to take into account. Also when it comes to the skills of our administration, in particular in the least developed Croatian regions, which Banja really is. And indeed skills, administrative skills are scarce there. And without helping it from an higher level, so to say, national institutions and in preparing the things, for instance, for EU funding, you rightly mentioned this problem. Yes, there is funding. However, our capacity and skills to use them is still very, well, I would like to put it mildly, limited. There is indeed a lot of expertise in capital, and a lot of good projects. Well, Christina mentioned how you managed in your center to get funding from Cohesion and Competitiveness Fund. So in Banja, it's really a problem of administration. But we could move back to these issues. We could come back to these issues in the later on with the panel. And now, since your time is, I'm afraid, up, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Tsuchiya, who is president of the board of the Toyota Adria. And I'm really glad that we will move from a sort of regional, national policy level towards a true business sector. And I would like if you could share with us what were the corporate responses? I have heard and of course read that you were involved in many activities also in the Banja region. And as for these mega transitions, these twin transitions that we are coping with in Croatia, Toyota has done some really remarkable innovative solutions in a vehicle sector. And last but not least, you have this prototype of a smart city, which really is a far future for Croatian, at least looking from this side. Living laboratory, totally with artificial intelligence, autonomous buses running and things like that, and have connected, fully connected ecosystem based on a clean energy. So the mic is yours, if you could share with us.
Hvala lepa. Dobar dan. Thank you. I like one Croatian word my friend told me, pomalo, This gives me a good smile and then, energy all the time. So thank you very much for invitation today. And I'm very honored to share our vision and our philosophy and the strategy and what we do in Croatia, in the world as well. So let me start. So that theme is a sustainable society. So I was thinking, what is the resilience means for the business sector? So today I want to talk about the role of business sector. So first of all, our company is committed to this SDGs. So social development goals. The company need to understand what is a social agenda in each country and how we can collaborate together or connect with the existing business. This is very important point, and this can be a business chance. So our shareholder Toyota Tsusho Corporation is now completely focused on this area. How we can contribute and create sustainable society together with the other companies, because nowadays one company cannot do everything. We need to connect the partners. We need to talk with the NGOs. We need to talk with the government cities. First of all, what kind of society we want to have it? this vision, or how to say, this topic is very important, first of all. So we made this environment challenge 6 years ago. So by 2050, we want to achieve the new vehicle zero emission, life cycle zero emission, plant zero emission, and so on. But our target is not just reduce the emission and achieve zero emission. Our mission is to create the ever better society, much more than the zero emission, which is beyond zero, we call. Why we are focusing on autonomous driving or mass application, vehicle, robotics, fuel cell vehicles, and boats, and new city with hydrogen energy. Our ultimate goal is to be the mass production of people's happiness through our leading electrification technology and the mobility innovation. If we say that a mass production of people happiness, some people smile, but we are really trying to believe this and try to do this. Yeah? The people's happiness, this is another area that we focus is the sports. Yeah? We are the global partner of both Paralympic and the Olympic. So sports provide us a positive energy. Sports can inspire the people. Sports can provide a solidarity in our society. In this corona pandemic era, this is very, very important. And we promote together with the Olympic Committee in Croatia and also Paralympic Committee in Croatia. I will show you later. So mobility for all is another area that we focus on. But not only able people, but the disabled people, but not only younger people, but the elderly people. What kind of mobility we should provide? This depends on the customer, depend on the people, but we want to provide the best mobility to any humankind. This is our vision. So what we did as a corporate and social responsibility. So first, when the Zagreb earthquake happened, we immediately reacted, but we are not professional. That's why we asked Red Cross, what kind of support we can do? And they asked us to support the food for 6 packages. And we just immediately provided, But at the same time that our ambassador, Her Excellency Kaji-san called me, Toyota, can you do something? And I immediately replied, I already take action. So this is a Japanese mentality. So I'm a Japanese president, we are a Japanese company. What we can do as a Japanese company, Japanese, society, the company. So this cooperation is very, very good. And then not only physical support or how to say like product support, but the mental support. We made our platform in the social media to ask the Olympians, the Paralympians and also our Her Excellency Mr. Kaji message. Let's be strong, let's be positive, passionate, proactive. This kind of message we provided because, we can learn so many things from athletes. They are not always successful. Bad time, good time, but they are successful now. So we can learn so many things from them. So that's why we ask them to give us a message, and this hopefully this message went to their heart. So Petrina also that this is also shocked, and then we also asked what kind of cooperation we can do. But when we talk to the Red Cross, the food or monetary support is already enough. But they don't have a vehicle, so we immediately give the one, vehicle for free rent for 1 year to let them use, so recovery, And also we do the other areas of social responsibility. So this is safety in the traffic. We teach the children, for the traffic safety, and we also planting a tree with the children to teach them the importance of the environment. And also, this is you are invited for the the planting tree. Her Excellency Ms. Kaji also joined. And then in hospital, this is the exhibition in hospital before the vacation. So we cheer up the children in the hospital by collecting the drawing from the children. And also the gift, the celebrating the Saint Nicholas. So we use and we ask the Olympians or Mr. Cheval, our partner, to encourage the children. So this kind of activity we do. So Olympic and Paralympic, also we joined the Paralympic, event. And then, I had a coffee with one friend. And this friend told me that this friend, we had a discussion in the coffee, and this person went to the bathroom twice in 1 hour. So I asked, oh, do you have a food poison or something? I was joking, But no, sorry, I'm going to the rural area, and he is a disabled people. He has a wheelchair. I'm going to the rural area, but this rural area do not have any bathroom to accommodate this wheelchair. In hotel, restaurant, zero. So I realized that we are living in very unfair society. They are already physically, disadvantaged, but even just to live, they have a disadvantage. So this is not right. So as a company, Toyota cannot do very big thing, but we are currently talking with the society by using a Toyota name. What kind of society you want to have it? In one day, maybe we also to be a disabled people. So we really need to think what kind of society we want to have it. And we have an ambassador to focus on more on the Paralympics, because Olympic, everybody pay attention, right? But Paralympic side, not so much, to be honest. I was in an event, but not so many audience. But in Japan, we held Paralympic Tokyo Paralympic. Now Paralympians are in TV commercial. So we try to make the how to say this fair society. And because when I gave the medal in the one Paralympian event, I was a medalist. The people are very passionate, very energetic, and a big smile and pure. I am so happy to see them. But sometimes when I walk in the nice city in Zagreb, we don't see much disabled people with a wheelchair. So in the average in the world, 10% of the people are disabled people, but we don't see. So maybe these people do not have opportunity to be paid attention by the society. So we should focus on this area also. So this is a message, So now, very specific topic, very hot topic, environment. I will change a totally different topic, but so environmental challenge in front of us, and the EU regulation changed a lot. So after the 2035, we cannot sell any internal combustion engine, including hybrid. So this means the battery electric vehicle or hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. And the first our target was 2021. We need to achieve 95 grams per kilometer as a CO2. So as a Toyota, of course, we achieved 95, but we supported the Mazda, so it was 97.5, but without any problem because we have a hybrid vehicle. And by seeing the country, as you can see, this is a vehicle, CO2, average CO2. As you can see, it's varies. So this is very challenging. So what is the Toyota's strategy is not just a battery electric vehicle or fuel cell electric vehicle, but also hybrid, also PHEV. I will explain why we are thinking for technology is important. So first of all, if we change 30% of the whole car park in Europe to battery electric vehicle or plug-in hybrid, we need 9 nuclear plants to sustain this energy. Are we ready? In Croatia, half 50% nuclear electric plant to produce electricity, and half is the hydro, water electric plant. So very, very green country. But if you increase this, we have to obtain the energy. Maybe you will burn again the coal, then it's gonna be difficult, right? So now car company cannot make a decision what kind of powertrain is the best. So Toyota strategy is we provide the best technology based on the customer needs and infrastructure. So this is the Toyota strategy. Yeah, so this is a chart for the 2019 and 2020, how the powertrain changed. No? So as you can see, battery electric vehicle increased and the hybrid is also increased, but still only 1/3 of the vehicle sales is electrified vehicle, no? Including a hybrid. So this is a big challenge. No? So why it's difficult? So this is how we make the electricity by country. Eh? So as you can see, the France, as you know, a lot of nuclear plants, very green, but the Germany is burning the natural gas, and so it's red. So the important is how we produce electricity, and the charging infrastructure. Do we have enough charging station? Currently, 70% of the charging stations are in France and Germany and the Netherlands in the EU. So very much different. Eh? And the affordability. So green countries are a lot of battery electric vehicle, but the red country is not, including Croatia. Why? It's very expensive. Battery is very, very expensive. Now all brands are jumped to the battery electric vehicle. So, and it's very expensive. So, we got the car of the year in Slovenia and Croatia and Serbia. No? In Slovenia, we have a Yaris Cross versus Volkswagen ID4, this battery electric vehicle. And we are the top, but the last one was a Volkswagen ID4. And I asked the reason why to the journalist. And they said that it's too expensive. It's more than 40,000 euro, 50,000 euro. This is not the right vehicle to the Slovenian population. So we need to see the realistic solution. So this is a subsidy from the government. Then this is this is a chart of the showing the percentage of the electrified vehicle. So Croatia, you can see that. In the right side, this is Croatia. No? So this is green is the hybrid vehicles, and then this is a PHEV, and this is a battery vehicle. So very, very small. No? So yeah, in Croatia, we need to take action. And then this, we have a challenges to obtain the raw materials, no? Lithium, cobalt, and nickel. We don't have enough resources. Now, even this PC, 6 months waiting time. And but if we say our hybrid vehicle have a 1 kilowatt hour of battery, battery vehicle need to have a 7,100 kilowatt hour of battery. And our 1 kilowatt hour hybrid enable us around 60% of the driving time is zero emission with only one battery. To be a 100%, we need a 100 battery, which is better. So Toyota way is always to be logical. What is the best in the environment? So we sold 18 million units of the hybrid vehicles. This means that we saved 140 million tons of the CO2. And we introduced the first hybrid 2000. So we have already 20 years experience. And that's why we could achieve the more than 60% of driving time is only a non-emission. So look at this high lineup. Not so many other brands have this kind of lineup with the hybrid vehicles. And we provide now 10 years warranty. Why our hybrid is good? Because EV drive mode, we stop engine and we use EV drive mode. This decrease 10 to 15% CO2. So the message is hybrid is very affordable, and then hybrid require no government incentive because price is okay. Hybrid require no charging infrastructure. So This is a message, but we just do not promote only hybrid, but let's have four different powertrains. So this is a chart of our strategy: vehicle size versus distance. So if vehicle size is small and distance is small, but electric vehicle is okay. And then if it's a middle hybrid vehicles, and then if it's a big size and the long distance, FCEV is the best. This is our strategy now. So we introduced the first, fuel cell car by hydrogen, 2014. We already sold 10,000 units in the world, 1,000 in Europe. This is a new generation Mirai we just introduced last year. Per field, 650 kilometers and 3 to 5 minutes refueling. So it's very good. And this is the forklift. We are developing the FC buses. We are developing trucks also, and train also. And we have a partner for the Caetano bus and the boat also. So in Portugal, we have a Caetano bus as a partner. They use our Toyota fuel stack. And in Croatia, we joined this hydrogen event together with Ms. Kaji. And we had a very good time, and they drove from Zagreb to the Graz with Mirai. So hydrogen is very important, because if you can produce the hydrogen by yourself in Croatia, you can reduce the, you can have a better trade balance, because you are importing a lot of fuel. So you have a one startup company, and this company enable waste to change to the hydrogen. So we are now discussing with this company how we can cooperate. So Woven City. Video.
In a land of mountains, Mount Fuji rises above them all, a sacred and powerful symbol of Japan's quest for harmony and happiness. A mountain that will soon serve as the dramatic backdrop for a new symbol of the future, the Toyota Woven City.
So Toyota revealed a plan to build a prototype city, a smart city of the future on a 175-acre site at the base of Mount Fuji in Japan, called the Woven City. It will be a fully connected ecosystem powered by hydrogen fuel as well. And our vision is that to build a human-centered smart city that continuously improve the quality of life. And our mission is to develop the technology and propose the benefits that improve the mobility and the life for all in the category of the information, goods, and people. So the three concepts, fundamental concept, human-centered, and a living laboratory, and ever-evolving city. So, we have a word Kaizen. So we always do the sustainable improvement. This is the same concept. So as a living lab, we have a lot of areas. As you can see, maybe you cannot see so much, but robotics, also the autonomous driving, AI, and so on. So different area. So first phase with 50,000 square meter and approximately 360 people who is expected to live. And then, in the future, 2,000 residents. And then, we have already obtained application over 4,500 individual and corporations, because we are, encourage the people to come here to try, test their technology. So first, our focus is going to be mobility, energy, logistics, and food and agriculture. So you can see another video. This is the image of the city. This is normal. So we use the 3 roads, only mobility here. Pedestrians and the slower personal mobility, and only pedestrians. Kampala. So thank you very much for listening. So my message at the last is that our company is ready to cooperate, and we are also ready to contribute to the society also. So I think the business sector and then government side cities should talk more what kind of cooperation we can do, and then Chamber of Commerce also we can maybe organize some discussion or panel or so with all kind of stakeholders what we can do together, because nowadays only one company cannot do anything. We need the partners. We need everybody's knowledge, skills, and the passion to change the world together. So thank you.
Thank you ever so much, Mr. Lucia, to sharing with us your thoughts. It was very enlightening. And thank you also for mentioning the concrete possibilities for cooperation. You mentioned this startup in hydrogen, and it seems very important for our government because it just has adopted, well, the public discussion has ended on Friday on a strategy for hydrogen till 2050. Indeed, envisaging applying hydrogen as a fuel in many aspects, also like city buses and not only like personal vehicles. So we may perhaps come back to some of the issues that you really thoughtfully mentioned about possibilities of clean energy sources and things like that later on in a block. And after we hear presentations from Mrs. Ines Obradovic, who will portray, provide a snapshot on a current economic cooperation between Croatia and Japan. And then within that, we could also judge possibilities that you mentioned for enhancing common cooperation. So I will give a mic now to Mrs. Ines Obradovic, and then later on we could discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, good day. It is my great pleasure to be today with you at this conference as a panelist on the Economic Value and Resilient Society Roles of Business Sector panel. So as stated, my name is Ines Obradovic and I'm the Director of International Affairs Sector within the Croatian Chamber of Economy. I will have a bit more optimistic presentation today than the first was, and I will give an overview of the bilateral economic relations between Croatia and Japan, and of course, opportunities for cooperation. I would like to point out that although we are more than 9,000 kilometers away, our two countries have very friendly relations. This year, we are celebrating 30th anniversary of the establishment of the diplomatic relations. So I will take this opportunity to thank Her Excellency Ms. Misako Kaji, Ambassador of Japan to the Republic of Croatia, and her colleagues at the embassy for an excellent cooperation we had so far, and I'm sure we will have it in the future as well. At the beginning, just to see some basic indicators comparison between Croatia and Japan. So Japan is 6.6 times bigger than Croatia and has 32 times more inhabitants. Croatian GDP per capita in 2021 was $29,777 and Japanese was $44,585, so almost 70% higher than Croatian. GDP per capita is a core indicator of economic performance, so Japanese GDP per capita shows high level of development of the country, and there is a huge potential of know-how transfer to Croatia. It is encouraging that Croatia's GDP growth rate in 2021 was more than 10% and forecasts for 2022 are 5.8%. Positive forecasts of the GDP growth for Croatia are based to a large extent on the huge amounts of EU funds that Croatia has at its disposal in the upcoming years. So more than 24.5 billion euros. The most important are, of course, those that we start receiving through the mechanism for recovery and resilience. In total, it will be 6.3 billion euros in non-refundable grants that are, of course, the most important for us. The EU realized during this COVID pandemic the importance of a viable and resilient economy, and this financing will support the implementation of the crucial investment and reform measures outlined in Croatia's recovery and resilience plan. And it will play a key role in helping Croatia and Croatian economy emerge stronger from the COVID-19 pandemic and be, of course, more resilient to geostrategic turmoil. Let's move to trade, actually commodity exchange. Around 90% of the commodity exchange is carried out with the European countries. I mean, Croatia is carrying out with the European countries. And our main trading partners are Germany, Italy, Slovenia, Hungary, and Austria. So Japan is on quite modest 39th place with just 0.22% of our total trade with the world. Commodity exchange between Croatia and Japan reached $81.8 million in 2020, out of which we exported to Japan $47 million worth of goods and imported $35 million worth of goods, according to the National Bureau of Statistics of Croatia. Products we exported the most are fish preparations, and wood. And we mostly imported steel products, sugar, cars, motorcycles, and bicycles. It is worth mentioning that as of 2012, statistics is conducted in a way that import statistics are now recording according to the final country from which the product was imported and not the origin country of the product. So Japanese products that are usually imported to Croatia from Germany are recorded as import from Germany. And in that sense, the figures of Croatian import from Japan are much lower than they are in reality. So Croatia is an attractive business and investment destination. And from 1993 to the end of the third quarter of 2021, Croatia has attracted more than 37.9 billion euros from foreign direct investments. Our leading foreign investors come from Austria, Netherlands, Luxembourg, Germany, Italy, and Hungary. We can see here that FDI from Japan to Croatia amounted to almost 7 million euros. And on the left-hand side, you can see some leading investors that invested in Croatia in companies like Pyramida, Kalituna, and of course, Yazaki Research and Development Center here in Zagreb. So tourism sector plays a significant role in Croatian economy with around 11.5 million foreign tourists visiting Croatia in 2021 and nearly 20% of the Croatian GDP. In this table, we can see how the number of arrivals and overnight stays of Japanese tourists in Croatia has changed over the last 3 years. In 2019, more than 150,000 Japanese tourists visited Croatia, which is a significant figure. But the global COVID pandemic caused the closure of borders and almost completely prevented Japanese to come to Croatia. And we hope, so in 2021, only 4,842 Japanese visited Croatia. We hope that this pandemic is slightly at its end, and that Russian invasion and war in Ukraine, as well as geopolitical turmoil, will stop, and that we will already see a significant return of Japanese tourists this year. I see huge potentials for further development of our bilateral economic relation with Japan in investments, innovation, new technologies and knowledge transfer, joint ventures, etc., in many sectors such as construction, mobility, food industry, tourism, and in particular, digital and green economy transition. That will surely strengthen and enhance the Croatian economy and raise the level of preparedness to cope better with extraordinary events and disasters. And we should also work harder on the maritime connection between our two countries, because the Mediterranean Sea enters deeply into Europe, and our port Rijeka is an excellent logistic point for the entrance of goods into the Europe. So we would like to become a new entry point for Japanese goods that go to the heart of Europe. And at the end, I would like to mention the EU and Japan have signed the free trade agreement that entered into force on 1st of February 2019. It is actually ambitious, balanced, and progressive agreement promoting our interests and values. It enables European companies to tap Japanese large markets and vice versa, and sends a powerful signal that cooperation, not protectionism, is the way to tackle global challenges. And this agreement removes almost all custom duties and reduces unnecessary barriers to trade. It especially provides opportunities for the EU in sectors like pharmaceuticals, medical devices, agri-food, motor vehicles, and transport equipment. And I think that Croatian economy is quite strong in several of the mentioned sectors. So I would like to thank you once again. We will be continuing talking and having some additional questions, but I wanted to stay just here my contacts. The Croatian Chamber of Economy is open to all suggestions for cooperation, and we are really eager to promote our bilateral trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Ines. Thank you, Ines, for this really lot of detail, presentation with a lot of details. Indeed, the most interesting to me, at least, was the structure of the goods that Croatia exports to Japan. And on the other side of your slide, you had those goods that Japan exports to Croatia. And I've noticed cars, indeed, that we import a lot of cars. But I wonder, Ines, since we have innovative company, Rimac, who is developed electric cars running on batteries, what would be, hypothetically, a situation for exporting cars? Now, when we saw the free trade agreement does allow, you know, the other as well, the other flow of that.
Yes, as we saw in the presentation, unfortunately, Croatia is exporting to Japan basic products. So those are products that don't need high technical knowledge and technology. But what is encouraging is that we have companies that are developing fast, that can offer high-tech products, like you mentioned, Rimac. And who could ever believe, I don't know, 20 years ago that we will have this kind of a company. But I wanted to mention that it is not actually something strange, maybe, because Croatia has a long tradition in car industry. Although we don't have a car manufacturer here in Croatia, we have a huge automobile industry that produces all kinds of parts for car producers around the world, from, I don't know, glasses, seats, part of an engine, or just name it. So it is encouraging to see that young people are trying to do more. They are pushing themselves, but also educating others what to do and what is the future. Well, Rimac also showed that it is not easy to become a leader and compete with the biggest players in the world in everything. You have to find a niche. You have to be the best in this niche. And what was also really as I personally see, good in his thinking is that it was his passion to produce the fastest electric car, but he realized that it's quite challenging, and he also put a focus on a specific area which will bring him money as well, from batteries and etc. So I think it is a way that Croatian companies should think. And I always want, and I will use this opportunity as well, to send the message that the Croatian Chamber of Economy is here to help companies, to put them in contact with their potential partners, to help them find new markets and be as stronger as they can. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And battery thing, and it's directed to Mr. Chuchia. It comes from our online participant, Andrea Solic. If I may read
Yes, please.
her question, and it is: thank you for the presentation and talk. It is nice to hear about all aspects of company, in not just car. However, question is about the cars. At the end of the battery life, what can be done to prevent negative impact on environment? Is disposal insured? Is it safe? Can you refit or reuse this battery? And when you expect cars like new Mirai will become widespread in Croatia? It's a very specific question, if you may.
Very, very good question. So lithium is very difficult to recycle. So the circulating economy is very important topic. So we are also working very hard on this. So we call 3R, no? So reuse, recycle, and then one more, rebuild. Yeah? So we have a Toyota Tsusho Europe as an office in Brussels. We already have a dedicated staff for this 3R area, how we can do. So for the cars, once, let's say, generally speaking, not just Toyota, but generally speaking, if the battery, the life goes to the 80%, we stop using, but still you have a 80%. So one of the ideas, we collect this, battery to have a battery for, like a living area or some building, or so to reuse this area. And in Japan, we also have one company who does a recycling for the nickel battery now. No? So in Japan, this is very, very specific, the technique. This is, I think, only one in Japan, I think. So we are running as a Toyota. So yes, this is one of the challenge. And then, so I think world need to focus on this area, very, very question, before we just jump to the battery vehicle. So, yes, so then I forgot to mention that the hydrogen last time. No? So we are trying to, we have also companies for the windmill production in Japan, all over the world. In Europe also we have Italy or Netherlands. And then what we are trying to do is that we use this renewable energy to produce hydrogen and then provide a hydrogen buses or vehicle to the, let's say, bus company. And we also have a finance company to give the one-stop shop service, including the maintenance. So because some of the bus company have a difficulty to invest or risk, no? So we can provide a green energy, hydrogen fuel station. Also we can run, and we provide the bus maintenance and finance. So whole one-stop service we are trying to develop now in Europe now. So of course we are discussing with several mayors in Croatia also how we can cooperate. Our ambassador introduced me several mayors, and this is a good opportunity. I think it's a win-win situation. So just to let you know, not only the electric vehicle, but we have a hydrogen as one of the top, priority, and then also the potential. And also we will invest to another company in Croatia. I refrain today what is the contents, but your FDI from Japan will increase. Hopefully within this year, within 6 months. Yes.
Thank you so much
Thank you.
for answering. Yes, very precisely. I would like to open the discussion to our participants in the room as well. And also online so far. Oh, well, I have another question online. Oh, yes. Yes, it's again on cars, although we didn't intend to dedicate entire session on cars, but obviously it very much interests our online participant. It comes from actually Irma colleague, and he said, thank you all for nice presentations. Could you please tell us more about the problem of electronic elements of cars? I simply cannot believe that there are not enough basic chips for cars, while there are enough for mobile phones and computers.
Hi.
So it's probably directed to
semiconductor issue.
I'm sorry?
She's talking about semiconductor issue. No?
Yeah, yes.
So it's globally, it has a big problem.
Yes, supply chain.
The supply chain problem, and then this hit not only the car industry, but again, PCs area also hitting this very much. So, Toyota situation was better than others because we had the earthquake, tsunami. We had the fire at the factory also. That's why Toyota ways not to have a stock so much, Toyota production system always, not to have a big stock, but we stocked it because of the business continuous plan. Even if something happened, we could run sometime. So we started to stock the semiconductor issue. So we are a little bit better than others, but nowadays, of course, we also have an effect from this shortage of semiconductor, unfortunately. But I think that not this year, but hopefully next year, a lot of brands of the manufacturer for the semiconductor is increasing capacity. So I believe that this will end a problem.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, Maria. Yes, please, I will.
So thank you for presentation, and I would like you to comment, and also others participants of the panel to share their opinion on it. First of all, thank you for sharing this vision of woven city, because it inspires, especially in these awful times when we are concentrating on now and not on future, but nevertheless the future is still on our horizon and very important. You said in your presentation that you as a company really work on making impossible possible, working on issues tackling diversity and inclusion, and the examples you gave on Paralympics and things that you do within the society as a company, an overall goal on SDGs. Also takes us back to the vision of the city you are building. How do you basically tackle individual involvement of each person who is basically going to be the inhabitant in that city? Meaning, how do you see getting us as individuals on board and recognizing our needs in that vision of woven city? Because this is always a huge problem with technology. Technology is great, it's enhancing, but it's also bringing new layers of risks. And also we, without having that kind of attention, may leave somebody out. Probably you know that the Norway has this Inclusion Act. Whenever they are trying to do anything in public or private sphere, they are basically trying to get as many stakeholders involved. So once they launch something, they basically already have discussed it and decided the way they want to go. You are being a private company, but nevertheless, your impact is huge. And moreover, therefore, you are more invited to include everybody. And this also goes to Mr. Mačkić and also Chamber of Commerce, because we are all stakeholders in our joint future. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Very, very good question. So as I mentioned, when I come here, as a Japanese president, why Japanese? First of all, as a Japanese, what I can do? And then the answer was a social contribution. And at the beginning, even inside the company, it was very difficult to implement this kind of philosophy. Why? We are working for the selling cars or maintaining cars, but I always continuously, like a religion, continuously talk to the employees. We don't want to selling cars or maintaining cars. We want to contribute. This is the company goal of the company. Constantly talk, and then we try to involve our employee first. And then we have a Genji Genbutsu as a word. Genji Genbutsu means that go to the source. If we talk about only this, maybe you feel half. If we go to the like a Paralympic event or some special Olympics, then if we help somebody, the employee feel better. They are very bright, and then at the end, one or two employee came to my office and crying, first time Toyota did something good. So I think that we should involve our employee, try to invite them and then to this kind of event and activities, and then we need to make them as a Toyota ambassador first. We have also retailers. So employee retailers as the first our Toyota ambassador. Then social media, internet, try to talk about this. Not just if you check our Facebook, we just not just talk about the cars. We are talking about our philosophy. We are talking about what we want to do. So as we mentioned that the partnership with the NGOs, some cities is also maybe we can do something together to bring awareness is very important. So and then in I think 2018 we had a motor show in Zagreb city, and I put one car with the logo of the car for the disabled people, and then a lot of media came to me. Why Toyota? Why you put the center of the cars, the disabled person's car? Why? Because we want to society to pay attention. This is important. This is our company's message. maybe at the beginning, maybe a few people react, maybe next year, more people. So constantly we need to talk about the vision. We need to talk about our, philosophy. Hopefully people start to change, and then, so I think that we do the hybrid one tree also. Whenever we sell one hybrid, we plant one tree also. We can invite, now we have a lot of hybrid sales in this country, so we can invite all of you, and then if you start to join this kind of activity, you feel better. My philosophy is, if people contribute to the other people, you feel better. So this kind of good, proactive, mood, or this atmosphere should spirit. Yeah, I think.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
I will have just brief comment. So as you stated, inclusion is really important, and I can look on it from a few angles. For example, for economic issues, from a side of my institution, for example, it gives power to companies to be represented by an institution directly to the government and all other institutions in the city, in the state, to have someone to advocate the interests of companies, to be their voice, because sometimes in Croatia things are happening without inclusion of all parties, and without the possible effects assessment. So this is crucial that we should all think about in the future. And I think the important role of the institutions is actually raising awareness on specific issues. For example, today we gather here to discuss about the issue of resilience and things like that. But for example, I see this conference also as an opportunity to raise the awareness of the importance and possibilities of cooperation between Croatia and Japan, and we should all get involved in different issues that we represent. And for example, we stated that Croatia and Japan have quite modest economic relations, and I think the most important thing why this is so is actually the market ignorance. So we should all get included with the aim to promote possibilities of our cooperation, to raise the awareness of the companies about their possibilities to do business on Japanese and as well on Croatian markets, to give them a push, to encourage them to take the first step to enter the market and to strengthen their position. So it's
well, quite briefly. Well, yes, if we are talking about the resilient society, then one always talks about currently green, social, and inclusive growth plus policies for the next generation. That goes without saying. If we are looking into the future with the experience of the current ongoing crisis, then one sees that the need for the big government is something that we have pretty much come to deal with. That's the fact. And then this is where constant communication comes. I agree with that. That in order to defend a bigger role of the state within the society, not just the economy, you need to have transparency as the conditio sine qua non for everything. The government needs to be transparent. In Croatia, there are some good examples. For instance, Institute for Public Finance is conducting a local budget transparency for years. But there are some good examples on the local level. For instance, Rijeka in my opinion, Reika is the best example with its participatory budgeting. So these are the ways where I see this happening. And when communication is something that we are discussing, well, we need to also acknowledge on the level of the Republic that the world does exist outside the EU. I think that's an important thing, and this is why this news about possible or not possible a certain Japanese investment in Croatia is great. When you look at it, just for instance, the best story that I know regarding Japanese investments in these areas is Yasakawa in Kočevje. Actually, my good friend and a former economic advisor to Miro Cerar, Sasha Kišeljević, has worked extensively for years in order to do that. And that investment is 30 million euros, and not in a affluent area of Slovenia, actually a quite bordering area to Croatia, where you see how this transfer of know-how, of good investment, actually totally transformed that region with the Faculty of Mechatronics, the high school. So in all levels, this is what investments are actually good for. And to end on an optimistic note,
please.
So the Office of the President would always like to welcome these kind of investments, because when we look at it, currently public investments amount to maximum 40% of total investments in Croatia, with our biggest problem being low productivity. One of those sources of low productivity is lack of investments. So we would like to welcome these investments, and again stated that whatever help is necessary for the Japanese companies, then I believe I can say also for my colleague, yes, all institutions in Croatia are here at your disposal.
Thank you. We have one last question, I'm afraid, from the participant from the room. And since we already are across the time of our session, but we started late, I will indeed allow it. So please take the floor.
Thanks a lot. I'm Stephanie Trepkov, a business owner, and I work in the energy extractives department at the World Bank. So I'm here in my own capacity, not as a representative of my institution and as a member of the private sector. My question is very quick and very direct, and it's directed at Mr. Mačkić and to Ms. Obradović. In this Croatian private sector, we've been burdened for years now. It's one crisis after another, and after recovering from the 6-year recession, and we're basically carrying the economy. How do you merge? What concrete actions are your institutions going to take to merge this mismatch in priorities? Because our priority right now is keeping the door open and feeding the family, not to carry on additional burdens. So throughout all of these two panels, it's been interesting to me because I'm seeing the mismatch in terms of what is intended for future development and where we are right now. So what concrete actions are you going to take to bridge the gap between the reality and the envisaged future? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's quite direct. As you know, Office of the President has limited scope, but we are not putting our blindfolds on. We are well aware of the situation. And as you mentioned, crisis after crisis, with the one looming, that can pretty much mean only one thing. In order to escape both inflation, cost inflation, and everything that comes with it, there is only one policy, namely, either increasing productivity or decreasing unit labor costs. In order to do both of them, preferably the first one, you need to increase aggregate supply, meaning totally reform the final goods market, which is the problem number one, as opposed to the widely and publicly debated labor market. Okay, I agree. It has its problems, but it's segmented to the private and public market. But the final goods market, that's the goal. And what the Office of the President will be doing, again, strategically, we are currently debating the megatrends that will face Croatia's economy and society. There are 3 of those that have been identified so far, but please allow me to discuss this among the members of the council before going out with those things. But it's my firm belief that this is maybe the time to fully commit Croatia to these, I don't like that phrase, structural reforms, but it's here, it's on the table.
Thank you very much for complete answer. And now to Ines.
So as stated, the Croatian Chamber of Economy is actually a voice of the companies, Croatian companies, towards the government, who is in charge of introducing new laws, sub-laws, etc., in order to prepare the environment for companies that is business friendly, so that companies can easily conduct their businesses. Croatian Chamber of Economy over the past few years was had a lot of activities to advocate the interests of Croatian companies towards the government, and a lot of our suggestions were adopted. Maybe just to stress some, like abolition of labor quotas for the foreign workers, which was really, really important for the Croatian companies in tourism or construction sector, as well as now in recent time, changes in the construction sector regarding the possible changes of the prices for construction works that were set in the past, but according to this huge changes in the price of construction materials, which went so high, the companies were able to raise the price of works, even for those works that were set in the past. So I think that the Croatian Chamber of Economy is a strong voice of a business community towards the government. And we are providing a lot of activities to help companies. For example, in my area, we organize a lot of activities, business events, where Croatian companies get the opportunity to meet their foreign partner. We conduct a lot of educational seminars in order to explain them how to do business on certain market, what they have to do, how to raise their export possibilities in order to be more competitive. So even in these challenging times, but closure, when borders were closed, we organized 15 online B2B talks with actually 15 countries, where Croatian companies had the opportunity to online find their potential partners, because there were no possibility to go on a business mission in physical way. So if you need some additional information, we can also talk afterwards, and maybe we can be of assistance to you. Thank you.
Well, we are 15 minutes outside the schedule for this panel session. I'm afraid we will have to conclude it. And I would like to thank our distinguished participants for their excellent insights and active participation, and also to our participants from the room as well as online participants. Thank you all.
We will reconvene in 15 minutes.
it's my great pleasure to chair this last session today. And I apologize for delay, but I hope that you enjoyed the conversation and discussion in previous session as much as I did. And it's my great pleasure to open the floor for our panelists in the final panel. And thank you, Ms. Nishi, for joining us online, and we are looking forward to your presentation. So as we heard from your previous presentation, I know that you had various hats in your during the time, including the Ministry of Finance, GEF, and now with the chair of the Global Commons. So I have the question for the audience. So could you please share it on Global Commons, please? And please answer the poll so we can know where do we stand with our audience about Global Commons, how familiar is that with us? And while people are answering, I would like to invite you to share your thoughts on the resilient society and building into green and digital transition. So yeah, we see that, well, almost 70% are familiar with the Global Commons, but still almost 30% are not familiar. And that's something which I think this conference today is likely to change. And hopefully we can build on that further on and to improve governance of commons and build resilient society. Thanks. Please, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much for the invitation. Actually, my name is maybe wrongly listed. My name is, I think that's why the moderator is a bit of struggling to identify who I am. My name is Naoko Ishii. As introduced, I was the former CEO of the GEF, Global Environment Facility, and currently the Executive Vice President of University of Tokyo, as well as the chair of the Center for Global Commons established at the University of Tokyo. I'm just wondering if I'm able to share my screen. So let me try. It did work during the rehearsal. So I hope that it can be done. Did you see my slide? Do you see my slide? Do you get it?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. Thank you so much for that poll. Survey. I was quite happily surprised that the 70% of the audience actually have some knowledge about the Global Commons. It's a very informed audience. If I did it in Japan or at the university, actually not many people have some perception of the information, the understanding of the Global Commons, but that's something that I would like to also talk today. So before that, let me just move to my engagement with Croatia. When I was at the GEF, Global Environment Facility, Croatia is definitely one of our partner. And as you know more than anybody else, it's a small country by size and the population, but it has a huge biodiversity, which is another source of your income or the economy or the maybe hope for the future. But from Global Commons Center point of view, that you have such an important share of the Global Commons, which in our definition, it's a stable and resilient Earth system or planetary system. So that's something I would like to talk about today. As you may know, the global environment is in crisis, and we were approaching quite a number of tipping points beyond which the stability and the resilience of the Earth system, which is critical for the human civilization, is lost irreversibly. And geologists are informing us that we left the Holocene and entered the Anthropocene, the period the human has its almighty power, not in a great sense, but a human, just one species had started to change the function of the planetary system. And that is why that we have an environmental crisis such as the climate change, loss of biodiversity, and but in order for us to address that issue, fundamental change to our economic system, which is currently in collision with the planetary system, is required. And then scientists and the economists are telling us that we have only 10 years left to put ourselves on the sustainable track. Let's take a look at a few pictures and the figures and the information. This is the temperature of the Earth system, temperature of the Earth for the last 100,000 years. And as you have seen, the temperature had fluctuated quite significantly, and also in a very cold and the degree. But miraculously, for the last 12,000 years, temperature has stabilized at a very mild level. That is the kind of the time, it's the circled in green, and the geologists called it as a Holocene. That's when that we humans have started the civilization. And particularly for the since the mid last century, that we have achieved the dramatic, remarkable the growth, which is shown in the several charts with red. By almost all indicators that we have achieved a lot, but it's also clear that they are not fully. It accompanies a lot of the environmental footprint, that environmental, the pressure has caused that by this remarkable growth. So that is shown in that on the right hand side, a lot of the green, the figures and show it. And the several scientists have tried to measure where we are, our human economic system is against the tipping points of the planetary Earth system. They have identified 9 important planetary boundaries, or the several systems which consists of the stable and resilient Earth system. And they show us that quite a number of important Earth subsystems we have already transgressed tipping points. And then you can see that the climate change and the land use system, we are already enter into the uncertain area or risky area, but particularly for biodiversity and the chemical cycle, we have already stepped outside the tipping points or point of no return. Also, this is the research done by several Earth system scientists. They have shown that there are quite a number of important ecosystems which are linked up. And once that some important system kind of falling into this uncertain area, that it kind of cascaded or linked up, and it has caused this domino effect from one after another, and we are entering into that very dangerous state, the condition, and they call it the risk of a hothouse Earth. As I mentioned, geologists informed us that we have already left the Holocene, that very stable, comfortable, that the period, and entered Anthropocene, but we still may be able to stop us from going into this hothouse house, and then try to stay a little bit more stabilized Earth system. That's something we are trying to do. And it's not only just the scientists or conservationists who warned us that our relationship with nature or the planetary system is kind of, it's broken. There are quite a number of business people have already informed us that from their point of view, the environmental risk is one of the is actually that the emerging, that the looming risks to their own business. This green box shows that from their point of view, that the big risk to their business. And then true that then this year that it's not all green, that the pandemic really loomed big in their mind. But if asked, and what's about the medium term, still environmental risks coming back to their mind. So the conclusion is that now we need to find a way to transform our relationship with the planetary Earth system so that we can continue to stay within the planetary planetary boundaries, and continue to prosper within that limit. But we have only 10 years left to do it. In 2015, there are two important international agreements. One is a Paris Climate Agreement. Another one is SDGs, and both of them are kind of coming out of this recognition that we need to transform our economic and social system against in our relationship with the planetary Earth system for our own survival. But then how we can really transform our economic system? They actually, several institutions come up with some way to slice this economic system. This is a kind of a very typical way of slicing our social economic system. Let's see that from the bottom right, yes, it's that we need to decarbonize our economy, but also we need to transform our food system. That we need to find a way to live in the cities much smarter, and we need to change our very linear production consumption system to a much more circular system. And we need to find out how the digital revolution help us, or actually that delay us from doing this. And at the end of the day, maybe most important system is how to nurture our human capacity to do this transformation. The Global Commons Center, which I am now leading, came up with several research, and this is one of them. And we create this framework of system transformation and what are the action levers. If you take a look at the horizontal, we listed 4 systems to be transformed: energy system, city system, food system, and consumption production. Then we identified 4 action levers, such as now that is shown in the vertical, that how to set the target and how to put the governmental institution, then how to change the economic system, particularly, for instance, to put the price on carbon and even natural capital. Then another important pillar, it's a blue one, is actually it's related to the just and the fair transition and the resilience of the society and the economy, that how those resilience can help the system transformation. Then the last one, the yellow one, is that how we can utilize that the data and how to spur the innovation. So that the idea is for us to reset our relationship with a planetary Earth, we need to transform 4 economic system, which will be triggered by 4 action levers. Then if we do it, we can hopefully that we will steward or safeguard the global commons, which are shown in that right-hand side. Due to the interest in time, that I think I need to skip a few of the slides, but at our center, we actually scored 100 countries' contribution to safeguard global commons. And I just to show you that Japan and Croatia. And one interesting thing is that both of us have a slightly similar kind of a scoring. If we take a look at the domestic side, both of us scored not perfect, but not the worst kind of impact in an environmental footprint. But if you take a look at the spillover, which is that the impact of coming through trade, Japanese score is much worse than Croatian score, because through the importation of the food and goods, that then we incur, the Japanese do incur a lot of environmental footprint. So one of the actually the few key finding is that major transformation are actually urgently needed, and the responsibility of the big and rich economies is significant. But another important thing is that we incurred a lot of environmental footprint through the importation of goods and foods. And that's why we need to take a look at this environmental footprint through value chain. I can skip this. I just want to talk about maybe COP26. The carbon neutral is definitely their main theme, but I'm very happy to see that the nature positive is coming very strong during the COP26. And as I mentioned, it's not just the climate change, but also that the nature, the planetary system is a very important part of this global commons. And we need to take care of those entire holistic, the planetary system, not just the climate change. And then a country like Croatia, which holds that a very important part of the natural system or the biodiversity, that your opportunity and your responsibility to hold them is extremely important. So during the COP26, yes, that 1.5 degree instead of 2, becoming a kind of as recognized as a global target. Then this integrated approach of the natural capital is extremely important. And there are quite a number of coalitions outside the official governmental negotiation, the coalition of the willings, also that how to stop the deforestation. So these are kind of the major theme that we are now following. But then fundamentally, I think it's really important time, critical time for us to come together to think about how we safeguard and steward the global commons. And it requires us to open up our eyes and not to think only our domestic and production side, but then through the consumption, the responsibility as a consumption country. And then by doing that, I hope that we can find some much more kind of concrete way to steward the global commons together. So let me stop here and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive overview of the necessary transformation of already launched acceleration and on the global scale. And it's my great pleasure now to give the floor to our next speaker, Ms. Natasha Miku-Žigman, who will speak about necessary transformation on a national level. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. If I could just have the presentation on the screen. Thank you. I would just first of all like to greet everybody and thank you very much both to the Institute and to the Embassy for the invitation to be here with you today, to be able to talk about these very important issues. Maybe my presentation is well placed between the green and ecological and what comes next, which is about artificial intelligence, if I'm not wrong. Because you know, we are actually, as our ministry is now has actually come together as two ministries, one responsible for the economy and the other one responsible for the sustainable development, for the environment protection. And this is basically being reflected also in the policies that we are trying to pursue and implement also with the help of the EU finance programs.
My presentation today will be, in a way, a food for thought in the sense that I will present what we have been planning within the National Recovery and Resilience Program. But of course, during the discussion, we can go much wider than that and talk about other issues as well. So basically, as I'm from the Ministry of Economy, of course, I will start with some macroeconomic data, but very shortly. Why do I start with that? Because the macroeconomic data are quite encouraging when we look at the figures for the previous year. Namely, after the sharp decline, which resulted from the COVID crisis, with more than 8% of decline in the real GDP. We are now witnessing first projections for 2021, which stand actually higher than 10% of the growth of real GDP in the economy, which is quite promising. And this is basically mostly due to the increased consumption, and also very good results in the export. I think that actually the companies who are exporting their goods from Croatia to the foreign markets have shown really a very high resilience to the shock that resulted from the COVID crisis. And in terms of our policies, we are definitely trying to push such companies forward. Of course, we are witnessing, unfortunately, over the recent couple of days, global war events and the war events in Ukraine, which do have an effect also on our export-oriented companies. But we hope that there will be peaceful solution found also for this problem which is occurring now, and that we'll be able to work more on sustained recovery and resilience of our economy as well. In terms of the projections for the upcoming years, based on the European Commission winter economic forecast for Croatia, we can see that after the very intense recovery in 2021, there will be sustained recovery with a bit lower numbers expected in 2022 and 2023, where we basically expect to come to the level of the projected growth of the GDP. Of course, we have to also take into account that there is increasing inflation. The inflation will also be affected by the negative effects of the rising gas prices and oil prices, also as a result of the conflict that is currently taking place. But we do expect that over the coming period in 2023, that still this inflation will go down. These figures are basically based on, again, promoted export by the Croatian companies on the consumption and also the intensified investment as components of the GDP. And the investments are basically linked to the recovery program after the earthquake, both in Zagreb and in the area of Sisak and Petrinja, but also huge investments that are coming and the resources which are available to the government, to the ministries, and also to the economic operators from the National Recovery and Resilience Program. And this is why I'm actually concentrated on that topic today. When speaking about the investments, we are building our strategy around 3 blocks, which are also the topics of today's conference. The first one is trying to promote the economic and the social resilience of our economy and society, coupled with the green transition, because all the investments that we are promoting have to be green. I think this is a precondition today. And also coupled with the digital transformation, which goes hand in hand also with the previous objectives. The green component and digital component are very strongly represented in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. The plan was confirmed, approved by the European Commission services in the summer last year, and we are now in the process of implementation of the foreseen of the agreed activities. On the first block, with regard to the economic and social resilience, I would just like now briefly to go through the main elements of the recovery and resilience program. So the first block basically includes active labor market policies with the aim to boost. I'm really sorry because the letters are quite small. I'm not sure you can actually see them, so I will just quickly go through the components. So the first one is labor market policies to boost the employment and reskilling and upskilling of the people. This is evidently necessary under the context of the green transition and also under the context of the digital transition. So it is definitely that the workers need to adapt to the new changing circumstances, and that also the businesses need to raise the skills of their people to adopt the and carry on the green and digital transformation of the companies. Further investment of almost 1 billion goes into the education and research. Research is especially it's okay. Oh, okay. Research is especially necessary when we speak about the competitiveness of our economy, because investment into research, especially private investment into research and new technologies, actually boosts the added value of the economy. Then one very important block and close to my heart, because I'm coming from the Ministry of Economy, is promoting the business environment in order to boost, to attract the investment into the country, and also to make it easier for our companies to work in the environment which is administratively easier, without many papers, and where actually they can get services from the public administration implemented more quickly and more easily, coupled of course with specific programs through which we are trying to provide finances to the companies to boost their competitiveness at the global level. And the last sub-segment of this block would be more efficient public administration and judiciary, which is very often singled out as one of the elements that needs to be improved to make the operation of the domestic companies and of the investments working more easily in Croatia. Now speaking about the green targets, at the moment Croatia produces something like 0.7% of the greenhouse gas emissions at the EU level. We have decreased the emissions over the period between 2015 and 2019 by some 17%, which is a bit lower than the EU average of 19%. And in terms of the sectors which mostly produce harmful gases and impact the environment, the transport sector stands very high, and also the energy intensive industries. So these are basically the key areas in which we have to work in the future. As we all know, the European Union has adopted the green agenda, the green plan, by which we have all committed to reach the decrease of 55% in terms of the emissions by 2030, and by 2050 to become the climate neutral continent, part of the continent. These are very ambitious goals.
But I think somehow that the crisis that we are currently witnessing in Ukraine will actually facilitate this agenda, because we should be working on reducing dependency on traditional fuels such as gas and the oil. Our calculations are that by 2030, Croatia can contribute to this climate neutrality with almost 45%, and by 2050 with almost 90%. And most of the interventions that we will have in the future go in the energy intensive industries, waste management, as well as one of the important sectors, and use of the new environmentally friendly technologies in our industry. This is not fine. When we speak about the energy from the renewable sources, Croatia does not stands actually quite well in this context in comparison to the other countries. We have some 31% of the energy from the renewable sources, but according to the National Energy and Climate Plan, by 2030 we should reach the target of 36.6% of renewable energy. And the share of renewables in the transport sector, which I have singled out as the one which is basically most polluting the environment, should reach some 14% by 2030. How do we do that? We do that by removing administrative barriers to the uptake of the renewable energy sources. We have to do some bits and pieces in terms of the legislation and administrative procedures. And also by promoting the use of the alternative fuels in the transport sector, including hydrogen and also the advanced biofuels. The second component of the National Recovery and Resilience program, which is the green transition. So this is the second block, which I showed at the beginning. Provides almost 800 million for the energy efficiency and the earthquake reconstruction of buildings. Almost the same amount for the investments in the sustainable mobility. So actually the recovery program follows the previously outlined objectives. Then the investments into the low carbon energy transition through the modernization of the energy infrastructure and also use of the hydrogen and biofuels as the fuels to be used in transport sector, and also investments in the productive sector in the economy that aim the new technologies, environmentally friendly production processes. Maybe I can just announce as one of the programs that we will open to our private economic operators, the call that we are currently preparing, which is worth more than 250 million euros, and through which we actually want to provide grants to small, medium-sized and mid-sized companies to invest in the green technologies. So basically what we will promote are the investments that contribute to the circular economy, to decarbonization, and also to the reduction of the energy intensive industry. So we are working currently on this call for proposal. This should be published towards the mid of this year. And we are expecting, actually, according to the announcements, quite some interest of our economic operators to this call. Now, speaking about the digital transformation, our activities are leaning on the EU's 2030 digital targets, which aim to promote the use of cloud computing services, the use of big data, of course, artificial intelligence, but especially the participation and the raising of the skills of the small and medium-sized enterprises in adopting the digital transformation and adopting the digital skills. Last but not least, what we want to promote is the digitalization of the public services. I mentioned previously that we are working on the administrative burden reduction. So we want to make the the market and the conditions under which our economic operators companies work more friendly and less administratively burdensome. And the digitalization of public services actually is the way to achieve that as well. 20.4% of the recovery and resilience plan is actually devoted to the digital investments in a wide variety of the sectors, starting from the transport, culture and creative industries, again, education, science and research component, to the healthcare, under which component we would like to digitalize something that becomes increasingly important with the aging of our population, which is the National Oncology Network and the National Oncology Database. And last but not least, also to tackle the digitalization in the sphere of building and buildings renovation, especially taking into account the consequences of the earthquakes that Croatia has experienced recently and the need to monitor more closely the seismic phenomena. So we will invest part of the funds through the National Recovery Program also in that segment. And I'm sure that this is especially the area under which we can find some common grounds for cooperation between Japan and Croatia. And last but not least, so we are also planning on some programs under which we'll invite our companies to participate in the grant-funded programs with their projects to support the digitalization and digital transformation of companies, whereby I have to say that we are not actually here speaking only about the acquisition of the software and hardware as some basic components of digitalization, but we're actually speaking about the digital transformation of our companies, how to transform the business and how to start operating in a slightly different way than until now. So there will be some grants for the new companies, for the startups. There will be some grants, some programs also opened mid of this year to commercialize innovative products and services that companies would like to sell on the market to actually increase their global competitiveness, and also some specific schemes like vouchers or grants for the digitalization to promote the digital agenda within the private sector. And by doing all of that, what we are expecting, and I'm coming now back to the figures of the GDP growth, the implementation of the National Recovery and Resilience Program should help us to contribute to the GDP growth. So we are expecting on the annual basis up to 0.4 increase of the real GDP growth rate, only as a contribution from the implementation of the activities from the National Recovery and Resilience Program, which means that we have to invest our efforts and dedicate also the people within the administration to the timely and efficient implementation of the activities that are planned within the program. Here I would like to stop. I think I exceeded a bit my time, so sorry for that. But of course, I'm open to the questions that you will have during the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your overview of what is Croatia planning to do to increase resilience and recovery from basically the pandemic and to a lesser extent from the earthquake, which we did in the previous sessions, and talking about how digital transformation can do. And we were also discussing, what are the limits of capacities of humans. So maybe artificial intelligence can be part of the solution and maybe opening some other risks like data security or abuse or whatsoever. So it is my great pleasure to open the floor for our last panelist today. Please, Mariana, take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for your invitation and for having me today. I will try to share my insights in the field of artificial intelligence within the EU, because that has been a scope of my professional work for the last 3 or almost 4 years. Okay, now is the part that I have to learn how to use the pointer. It works. So you can see that the title of this presentation, and this is only a small insight of what's going on in regulatory framework, because still we are in, I would say, in research area, they call it a gap. So we have to skip the gap. We have to bridge the gap to have the real business cases of use of artificial intelligence. The reason for that lie in the constraint of technology itself, and also because of all the things that you mentioned before, lack of digital skills, lack of resources. And that's why all stakeholders are basically invited to work on this agenda. This is the graphics that I usually show around on conferences, and this is for 2021. For 2020, for 2021 is similar. If you will have the same one for 2022. The point is that if we are looking at the hype cycle for emerging technologies, you can see that within 2 to 5 or 5 to 10 years, horizon, prevailing technology is application of artificial intelligence. It means that not only Web 3.0 or cloud computing or big data will prevail, but artificial intelligence is definitely here to stay. And I would say it's, in a way, it's a tsunami. So all of us will have to raise our personal awareness of how much of artificial intelligence we already have in our lives, in both private and professional, and also what are the jeopardies and benefits that that kind of technology brings to us. That's why, because I'm a lawyer by vocation and by profession, I always like to go back and to see what the regulator is doing, what we are doing as a European Union to see, to tackle the challenges the artificial intelligence is bringing to us. So as you can see on this slide, we started a few years ago, and we jointly signed the Declaration on Cooperation on Artificial Intelligence. Commission has selected 52 experts that basically were mandated as high-level expert group of artificial intelligence to issue documents based on which we are going to transform our regulatory system for the upcoming flood of artificial intelligence. Beware that these 52 experts are not just lawyers or, I don't know, usual suspects when it comes to lawmakers. These are also computer engineers, anthropologists, sociologists, psychologists, people coming, business people coming from academia, politics, all lanes of life. Because if we are going to address artificial intelligence rightly, we have to include all stakeholders. And we have to have an arena of open dialogue to see what the benefits and risks it brings, and to have a common agenda. And we have to be, as artificial intelligence is, we have to, throughout our lifespan, we have to constantly learn and unlearn. And this is something that is going to prove to be a huge risk to the way that we perceive our life today and the way we usually do our regulatory framework. Because technology as artificial intelligence is constantly growing, learning, unlearning, and changing. And if we are going to use it and implement it in our private and personal and business lives, we also have to have the same capabilities in order to reap all the benefits and to mitigate all the risks. So you can see that starting from the first year, a high-level expert group basically issued ethic guidelines for trustworthy AI. Trustworthy AI is basically what we as Europeans determined that we want from artificial intelligence. So trust is something that is connected usually on human relations. And we already recognize that artificial intelligence as a tool, as a channel, as a technology, has certain features that can be only attributed to human beings. When you go back to ethic guidelines, when you have time, it's very interesting because the way they approach the issue is basically the experts went back to why we have European unions. What are our common goods? What are our key values? What are our key principles? What are the rights that we cherish and hold dear as human beings? And based on that, they scaled up to the document and basically issued guidelines. Followed by guidelines, we have policy investments recommendations, and to go a step further, a white paper was also issued, whereby ecosystem of trust, again trust, and ecosystem excellence has been introduced. Last spring, and soon to be a real proper law in place, is so-called AI Act, or regulation or implementation of artificial intelligence. It's currently being negotiated, and basically European Parliament is I would say, in its final stage of bringing it to life. What is to be found about this trustworthy artificial intelligence? The same thing that was established in our AI ethics guidelines basically is there still in AI Act. So we are going to act upon it when we are going to have it as a rule of law in our countries. We expect from artificial intelligence to be lawful, meaning complying with all applicable laws and regulations. We expect it to be ethical, so ensuring adherence to ethical principles and values. And this is going back to the key treaties on European Union, to Charter of Fundamental Rights, everything that is written down in our constitutions, you know, the preamble, why we sat down at the table and agreed that we share the common values that we want to pursue also in future. It has to be robust, both from the technical and from the social perspective. And this is, Anna Maria, what you said about all the threats that are there in cyber world, that it has to ensure that it's always state of the art, so that ensures us as users that we know that we can trust it and that we are secure when using it. Not just as creators, but as users, and also the ones who are basically supporting the system. The 7 key requirements that all AI systems have to meet in order to be deemed as trustworthy. This is not just when putting on the market. This is throughout the life cycle of the artificial intelligence system. And this is something that is a huge burden to those who are developing, designing and deploying artificial intelligence. But nevertheless, we concluded as Europeans that we want to have it under these 7 key requirements. So it has to always be under the human agency, and we always should have the red button, so we can always stop whatever is going on. It has to be technically robust and safe for use. It has to obey all our privacy and data governance existing rules, and the enhanced one, because we are constantly learning about new jeopardies. It has to be transparent. This is something that is really, sub-layer of this transparency is explainability. And this is something that at this phase of development of artificial intelligence, we cannot explain how the technology itself reached recommendations, decisions, or predictions. And this is something that still the industry itself has to work on it in order to be able to reach this key requirement that we know how the machine, how the algorithm came to that decision. So we have to have a clear pathway of decision making. It has to be diverse, non-discriminatory, and fair. This is something that usually we humans aren't, and we want our artificial intelligence to be better than we are. And this is when you come to AI ethics, this is usually something that everybody is like taking out swords and saying, you can't replicate the society. If you are going to replicate the society, then there will be prejudice, bias, whatever. But if you don't that, you will have too high benchmarks. So artificial intelligence is going to be better than us. So this is like a dilemma that still has to be resolved. Of course, societal and environmental well-being. So definitely human perspective and Earth perspective, our home and also universe, and it has to be accountable, because you can only imagine when you have lawyers in the room, you have to know who you are going to sell the bill to when there is something not going as it should. What draft regulation or artificial intelligence suggests? it basically introduces this new regulatory framework, new legislative framework. It defines the artificial intelligence really broad by defining different methods and approaches that are being used as artificial intelligence. It's risk-based, so basically only high-risk risk AI systems are going to be registered and regulated. We have to really work on our upskilling or our EU and member states national bodies, especially regarding education and capacity of all basically set of skills and tools that you are going to need to address all the challenges coming out from that technology. And also there is a huge compliance issues when it comes to SMEs, because it basically, as we want from our artificial intelligence to be perfect, transparent, and diverse, that we are not, we also want for everybody who is putting it into the market to be completely compliant. And having in mind that artificial intelligence is not as other technologies, it's constantly evolving and changing, it's going to be a real challenge to address that issue and to ensure that we don't kill creativity and innovation by too much of regulation. And just to conclude, I will share with you 2 slides regarding the theme of this conference that has to do with 2 reports that have been mandated by the European Parliament, a special body dealing with artificial intelligence, so-called AIDA. And it's basically completely in line with the theme of today's conference. It deals with all the benefits technology is going to bring in different lanes of life, and also tackling and ensuring resilience, sustainability, and welfare of the way we work today. So I just put this as a remark, and maybe if anybody wants to investigate and go further to see, because this paper is really good. They really did a tremendous job trying to find all the available business cases and all the risks and challenges that we already, as human beings, have not only on EU, but on global level, have determined when using artificial intelligence, but also what are the opportunities for all stakeholders within the technology itself. And the second report that deals with European Green Deal, that clearly identifies the potentials the technology itself has in different lanes of life. Just having the huge amount of data that we never had before enables us to tackle environmental challenges, to help consumers and businesses to adapt to new sustainable behavior, to use the predictive maintenance to increase and optimize the safe operation of infrastructures, all the issues we basically talk today about, and also to optimize the energy consumption and to enhance different spheres of life, like building sector, agriculture, transport, and circular economy. Also, what goes hand in hand with the potential is a threat. Huge impact is on already high consumption of energy, let alone software and hardware, but also the problem with the greenhouse emission. All predictions say that due to the high increase in usage of artificial intelligence, we'll also have the high increase in consumption. So this is something that we also have to be aware of. The problem with people, systematic effects, because people tend to think if I can't change a lot, I won't even try. So we really have to get everybody on board, but literally on board, in order to reap the benefits of the technology itself. Also, just to conclude, the thing is that it's crucial, and you mentioned before, that because the businesses usually go where the profit is. And many things are not profitable, but have huge social impact. So it's very, very important to have enough resources to fund those researches and investigations, and to basically to use potential of AI also in that field. So this is something that we all have to think about. And to conclude on a positive note, I wanted to share, because I wanted to really, when I talked to Anna Maria, I was like trying to find as many business cases as possible. And then I gave up, because even the special body of the European Parliament couldn't do that better than I did. So I decided to share with you two stories of two Croatian startups that are globally presented and basically are tackling those issues. So one is Agrivi. It's lead farm management software for digital agriculture. They started 7 to 9 years ago, and they are trying really to work on SDGs and trying to use the technology for the good in a field that is all dear to all of us. And the last time I spoke to them, they said they have 17 out of 19 SDGs as their company's challenges. So they are really into that. And also something that goes to fashion. These are basically natural sneakers, the ones that are completely created, made in Croatia and are made from recyclable bio-based materials. So you can basically buy them today and proudly wear them again and then recycle them again. So these stories, I think, are here to inspire and basically to open the left side of our brain to all the possibilities the technology is bringing to us, and depends on our agenda. Is it going to be for the good or for the bad? I believe it's going to be for the good. So thank you for your listening, and I'm open for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne, also for this inspiring introduction. And now I'm opening the floor for the questions and comments from the audience, from both present here and those who are online. Please, floor is yours. Yes, Stephanie, please.
Thank you. This has been very interesting to look at. And again, if you just allow me a minute or two to come in with some comments given the private sector perspective in here. There is a lot going on, and there are lots of opportunities, and all of these that you've pointed out are all very, very useful and good. I would just talk about three very brief points. The first is looking at risk and business model when it comes to this green transition and the digital financing and all of that. The focus on investments, and then finally I'll talk about a potential new model for financing pool, just as a suggestion in case of it, given that we're here talking about collaboration and collaborative model. So the first is when you look at risk and business models, is that the problem why it's not profitable, why you hear everyone saying that the private sector is not really investing in the green transition. There is a lot of public money happening and yet nothing is happening, is because of these high upfront costs that are not it's not really established how it's going to be shared, and there is no standardized measure of carbon pricing that would help in determining how much the cost of capital will be. So when it comes to this, at least from a policy perspective, it would be good to have that area at least defined or discussed, or enable the businesses to be able to predict what the cost of capital would be in green infrastructure, so that they'll be able to determine the business model that would be sustainable in 10 years' time. Because right now, the costs of greening is in the middle part of society, either being transferred to consumers, and it reflects in higher bills, and then the government find themselves in problems because people are opposed to it. Or the companies just ignore it and face the business as usual. So the determination of the cost of capital and the risk sharing models are actually what we should be talking about before going forward on who would do what and how. Secondly, on investment focus, we're looking a lot at increasing renewable investment in the solar and wind farms and all that. It's the reason I listened very, very carefully to Mr. I don't want to pronounce his name, Kensuke Tuchia, when he talked about the creating an ecosystem, a one-stop shop to facilitate this investment and deployment. So it might be easier for Croatia, since we do not have those opportunities, to actually focus more on the decarbonization of these energy-intense industries. For example, the cement factory. You might have, at the end of the day, a bigger emissions reduction from that than individuals buying electric vehicles or just making it a buy and sell transactional thing. Similar with the digital infrastructure. And on the third point I'm going to make is that the financing modalities, the transition cannot be on the back of the public sector. There isn't sufficient money for that. And Croatia, unfortunately, we're looking at these grants and loans exclusively as the model of financing. So in this context, maybe we could talk about collaboration with Japan and the Japanese institutions in coming up with private sector funds operated and driven by the private sector, different companies, where we can talk about investments in risky and not profitable ventures that have high social impact. Bill Gates did the same thing in the US. They call it the breakthrough energy ventures, where it's investors that know they're not going to make returns at any time. But if they do, fine. If they don't. My suggestion would be, and I would volunteer first for it because Anna Maria knows that I'm personally have been working on that for a while, in private sector actors to get together and think of what resources we could deploy to facilitate the public sector investments in green and digital infrastructure. Thank you for listening, and that's my contribution for today.
Thank you, Stephanie, and I would like to invite all the panelists to react on this suggestion.
Thank you very much for your contribution, which is very much appreciated and valuable. I can agree really with many points that you raised. Maybe just to, I don't know if my colleague from the Croatian Chamber of Commerce referred to the fact that they have undertaken some couple of months ago a survey among the Croatian companies on how they actually perceive the green transition and how much they are willing to invest into it. So if you didn't talk about that, the data showed that there is still quite a low awareness of the companies of the need to actually deal with the green transition and to achieve the green goals. However, I would say that the question is not if, but the question is only how. So we have agreed that we do that, and the question is only how we do that in the most efficient way, and maybe even to say in the less costly way, even though there are obviously costs, as you rightly say, for the companies, especially in the first part of, in the first cycle of the investment. And this is exactly why we react with the public funds, because we recognize that the companies cannot have sufficient funds to invest into the green technologies, into decreasing the harmful emissions into the air, and at the same time to maintain the competitiveness. So we have to find a balance between these factors, and this is why the public funds come in. However, we are not thinking only about the grant-based programs, which I mentioned in my presentation, but also stimulating the investment from the private sector, either through the programs that we develop in cooperation with the Croatian Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the representative is here as well, or with the agency Hamag Bikro, which is more oriented towards the small and medium-sized companies. But we also welcome this collaboration between public and private funds through promoting the new research, new technologies. So it's combined, it's green and new. The programs will not be only targeted towards small and medium-sized companies, as we traditionally do when we speak about the EU resources, but also what the National Recovery and Resilience Program allows us to do is to also work with the big companies, especially big polluters like the cement industry, and to decarbonize the sector. So the interventions go very wide, and we are aware that larger impact in terms of the reduction of harmful emissions can be done if we work with the big polluters. This is obvious, but we should not forget the small ones as well. In terms of the collaboration between the private sector, collaboration between our countries, Croatia, Japan, I can just say that we welcome very much all these initiatives, and we are ready to work with you towards that goal.
I can only concur what everything being said and just add up that there is also in Croatia we have a inspiring and ever-growing startup community, and we should definitely use the resources within the startup community and also ability to use the resources within academia and all the spin-offs that could come out of those collaborations. There are some initiatives active, but we need to get more startups and more academia on board, and definitely welcome all kinds of cooperation, especially the one that could arise from existing good relationship with Japan, and not just in the funding, but also in the transfer knowledge. So let's call it smart money.
Thank you. And I would like also to invite Dr. Naoko Ishii to comment, as you have experience in commons and the financial sector, and maybe this would be a good combination of the two.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. While listening, I'm actually trying to think that how the entire economic system needs to change so that individual project or the program can really have a maximum impact. While I was with the GEF, we have seen a numerous small scale projects. On its own, it's a good program, but then for them to really have a systemic impact, the fundamental economic policy or the pricing needs to change. So that then while I do admire that a lot of good startup, but we also need to pay an attention to what are the environmental, sorry, in this case, it's not the environment, it's kind of a condition, investment condition needs to be put in place. And maybe two small things I would like to put also that which is currently very heatedly discussed in Japan. Why is that then how to put the economic prices on the externalities like carbon pricing, but also natural capital. When we talk about resilience, that then where the resilience really comes from, that it's a design factor, but also can we really appreciate it, the true cost and the true value of those externalities, and which kind of coming from the natural capital, but the human capital or societal capital. So one viewpoint and while discussing this resilience and the investment opportunity is, are we really evaluating the rightly all those true cost and true value of the natural capital and the societal and the human capital? That's a kind of ongoing discussion that I don't think that we can have a concrete the conclusion as of today at the end of the session, but then that we are really moving toward that and how to appreciate those true costs of capital, not just produced capital or financial capital, but also natural capital, societal capital, the human capital, which in Croatia really hold a lot. Yeah, let me stop here.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any other questions from the audience? If not, then I will abuse my chairperson role and use this opportunity to ask first Dr. Ishii. So you heard about Croatian Recovery and Resilience Program, and how do you fit it? How do you see, to which extent does it fit to the global resilience or the issues which are necessary? So the balancing those, we heard today about the tragedy of horizons and the differences between the local, regional, national and global levels. And now we have some European programs which are structured in some ways. So from fresh eye perspective, how would you say, do you think that, do you identify already something that is missing, or what would you say would strike you as a very, I don't know, whatever example? So please comment on that.
Oh yeah, that we can have an entire night to really dig deep on it. Actually, that is also the challenge that the Japanese and the economy and the society is now facing. Today we had a really good conversation with the business leaders in Japan, and what we are discussing is that how far those leaders, it's not just the business leaders, that the policy and the political leaders can share and can see as a common good. And it's actually much easier to only take a look at the short term or the near term or that only the local community. But when we think about 2030 or 2050, that then it's not really the balancing, it's basically what's best for everyone kind of thing. So that so how we can really get out of this tragedy of horizon and then to share that the broader, longer the interest, and we really need a scientific view, but also the support from the entire constituency and our citizens, or actually the younger generation, for us to continue to hold that the longer term overall vision. So from global commons point of view, they are learned, it's not really a balance. In fact, it's more like we need each other, and nature, the human being, economic development, so sensors really have to come together to share the one common goal, and how we can really overcome the short-term kind of vested interest. And at the end of the day, I think that's it's a resilience of the society, and it's a power that of the society. And I hope that this kind of event and discussing the bringing the people together from business and the politics and the politicians and the citizens together can kind of get over the silo mentality or the short-term mentality, and to share and hold that longer term and the vision for global commons. So that is really that I'm quite excited to hear that we share a kind of ambition towards the future, and see a lot of commonality between Croatia and Japan, that in terms of fabrics of the society. I hope that we can continue to have this kind of dialogue and continue to nurture this sense of guardian of the global commons, even if we are so apart by distance. But I feel that there is that common sense, that common responsibility towards that the future generation and then the future Earth. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you wanted to.
Yeah, let me just briefly comment on what you said, Dr. Rishi, because I think you touched on a very important topic. We do share common goals, and the goals are very ambitious. And as we mentioned previously, European Union has set quite ambitious goals in terms of meeting the green targets through the Green Deal. But I think there is really a challenge in making everybody work towards these goals. We can achieve the goal of being first climate neutral continent, but if the other actors globally do not contribute in the same way to that goal, then probably we will not be able to protect our very beautiful Earth, very beautiful globe. And there are very interesting discussions actually taking place at the level among the leaders of the European Union in terms of the international trade. For example, you're probably aware of the fact that there is the European Battery Alliance, that was Industrial Alliance concluded some time ago. Now we are speaking quite a lot about the microchips, which are essential also for the digitalization. But then the question emerges how to actually produce that in a sustainable way. Because the batteries, which are the essential ingredient of the electric cars, are not always produced in the sustainable way. If we speak about specific countries, I will not mention anybody now here, but we know that there are some practices which are not environmentally friendly. The same also goes to the microelectronics and the components, ingredients that are used in our mobile phones or appliances that we use in our houses. And then there is this issue about how to actually ensure that what comes, for example, to the European market is produced in a sustainable way. So the Commission and the union leaders are thinking about a specific piece of legislation by which they would be able to ensure that some batteries or other ingredients cannot actually even enter the European market if they do not carry the label of being produced in a sustainable manner. And I think this is especially important, and we have really to work on different fronts, on different segments to reach this globe that we have set for ourselves globally.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly the conversation I had with some of the business leaders in Japan today, because that's why I actually mentioned during my presentation, we need to take a look at the holistic value chain. And then our index revealed actually that it's a stark or sheer fact that our life is very much kind of, I wouldn't say but dependent on, it's more like we were putting a lot of environmental pressure that on how the food is produced and how the goods are produced outside of Japan. And then so that's why that we need to take a look at the entire value chain and be at least first step is to recognize that then how our life are, causing a lot of problem on the, let's say, Southeast Asia, East Asia, and then sometimes Africa. And then we need to find a global trading system or economic system to even recognize those externalities, external bad. And then that most of the Japanese business don't necessarily like CBAM. To me, being an economist, the CBAM is one mechanism to do this and carbon pricing globally, so that we need that kind of mechanism to enforce that for each one of us actually to pay at a price that if our deed kind of undermine that the global commons. So that's it's a kind of very touchy, sensitive conversation, but it's actually time for us to do it. It's true that the European economic development is maybe different from East Asia, the Southeast Asian development and a pathway. But then I think that together we need to find a way that for the humanity to achieve the carbon neutrality by mid-century. And then if the Japan, the East Asia, Southeast Asia find out that how we can best achieve that pathway, I think that through that we can contribute to the global commons that by mid-century. So that is my goal of the center, the global commons. And we need to really share the vision, and even if the pathway may look different and faster than a step, but then I think that it's important for us to keep hands and the ambition together, because it's easy to falling into this silo and to do that short-term thing. But then if we were able to continue to hold that the big vision, ambitious vision towards the mid-century, there must be some good policy and the political way forward. That is really my hope.
Thank you very much. So this leads me for my last question for Mariana. So we learned that we must unlearn something. So what you would point as the major issue we must unlearn to make us more resilient or sustainable?
If I only knew the answer, I would say everything and nothing, because we have to be open to listening to each other and to really react swiftly when we see there is something bringing damage and not benefiting. maybe not to give up entirely, but to be really super cautious, because the level of changes and the speed of development is such that it doesn't give us time to reflect. And we learned from our first guest lecture today that he said that even Japan took 50 years to basically to implement measures on resilience on specific hazard as earthquake is. And in time that we are living in, it's very, very important to be alert in a way that you constantly revisit what you are learning and what you are unlearning, but being aware of it. That's why I'm saying it's $1 million question. There is no, I would say, zero-sum game. It's basically constant alertness and ability to be open for new things, but still revisit the old ways.
Thank you. So you made my life easier with my million questions, so I don't have to sum up, but I will still open the floor for your last comments if you would like to have a final closing remark.
Well, nothing special. I can actually underline what Mariana previously said. I think we have to communicate. We have to be open really to the new challenges and to the new ways of approaching things, because we cannot actually foresee what comes next. And this is why this flexibility is really needed and essential for the further development.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Ishii?
Yeah, openness is important, and the revisiting, the courage to revisit is important. But we also need to, this and the effort needs to be also the kind of science-based, because then the science continuously tell us that things are moving so fast, and the fact was true kind of that some time ago is not really the case anymore. So I think we also need to revisit that in fact we thought that right, and which is now changing, and so that then the openness, revisiting, but also the science-based and listen to the scientific message. To me, it's a very, very important thing, and I think that that's something we share. That science is science, and all of those policies and the politics, if they can be really based on science, I think we can have a quite a shared future going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on this note, I'm closing this session. We have on the agenda the final part with conclusions, which is supposed to be done by our director. Unfortunately, she had to go. And as I will quote one of our ministers, my capacities are limited, so I will not be able to conclude and get the final results of the conference today. But I would try to identify several points which I think we agreed upon. So there is certainly a potential for cooperation between Croatia and Japan, as we share the ambition and we share some risks, but we don't share the pathways to overcoming it. So this is an excellent opportunity for mutual sharing of experience and learning. And we were discussing various approaches to the risks and how do we identify risk, and whether we have common methodologies to identify risk related to seismic or other natural disasters, and in which areas we have some knowledge. So as floods and fire resistance, it seems that Croatia has some experience, and earthquake is an area where Japan has brilliant experience, unfortunately, I would say. But as we heard in second session, I think, so we lost some opportunities, but there are always then some windows of opportunities are closed, but we still can find and try to find a way to open new pathways and try to transform our pathways from reactive measures, which we were considering today, that they have quite often tried to be implemented by our government, which is quite often late. And it's time to start thinking forward-looking and try to see what's going on, and when we see the failure, not to rush into individual recovery, but have some time to think and then to react. However, it seems that our government is a bit too taking in some occasions too much time. So the balancing on how much time we should take to think and to which extent we can use then digital or artificial intelligence, which might be better of us, which is painful but self-reflecting knowledge. We maybe can then think what our main failures are and how we can try to overcome those. We also know that there is a quite a big potential of society, and to build a resilient society, we need society, so volunteers, but they still have to be managed. And we have to balance between the flexibility of organizations, so because we cannot know, and some of the risks are really black swans, and we don't know when they are coming, but we know that they are coming, and we have to be able to know who will think about it and what time frame. And Professor Hayashi was talking about those immediate responses and time frame for different responses. So maybe we should be more aware on what is necessary at what stage. We are aware of tragedy of horizons, and we are aware of different perspectives from various levels. So I think this is a good starting point to intensify our cooperation. We already heard that there is a room for exploring in different aspects of disaster management, of business environment, financing, and that we've been not able to tackle the global changes if we don't go out of the box and out of our comfort zone, and not to look only in our immediate neighborhood, but that we have to look wider and try to, well, this is an old fashioned phrase, but I cannot think of something better. Think globally and act locally. And this is what I can think about conclusions from today. Please, if you have any additions, it's now time to speak. If not, I thank you, everybody, both you online and of course you who took your time to come here. And I hope that there will be a next occasion and that we can go into some of the topics in more details. And my last request today was to answer the survey on how happy you are with this event, so we can improve and build on our, well, I would not say failures, but we can learn from our experience and to improve for the next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.